introduce. Girder.
What you doing?
Girder.
Blue is cheap.
Ontogeny.
Girder.
What you doing?
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
way, not too close to the cars. Aren't they lovely? Aren't they glorious, though? These will be your transports for the afternoon.
No drivers.
No drivers. But they're electric. They run on this track in the middle of the roadway here. Totally non-polluting, top of the line. Spared no expense.
It's an interactive CD-ROM.
Lex, darling, you're all right in there. Dr. Sattler, come with me. Dr. Grant, come in the second car.
Hold on to your butts.
Now. Hey, look at me. I know, it's starting.
I have your fear at the door and join the future, right?
The voice you're now hearing,
A paleontologist.
we spared no expense.
Yeah, shout out to InGen for this remote gig. I really appreciate the $10 Amazon gift card. It's going to help keep food on my table. Now anyway, because of coronavirus, I couldn't come out and meet you, but I'm sure you lucky folks are going to have a lovely weekend out on the island. Especially you, lawyer guy. I'm sure you're going to have a great time. Anyway, the folks at InGen have asked me to offer a paleontologist perspective on the dinosaurs you're about to see. And so, let's get into it. Now, it looks like Dilophosaurus is our first dinosaur on the tour.
Dilophosaurus?
Dilophosaurus is from about 193 million years ago, the early Jurassic period. That makes it one of, I guess, only 2 dinosaurs you'll see in Jurassic Park that are actually from the Jurassic. I guess they thought Cretaceous Park just didn't sound as catchy. But you know, it would have been more accurate, because 5 of the 7 dinosaurs you're about to see all hail from the Cretaceous.
I really
last
hate
period
that man.
in the age of dinosaurs. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Monday to you. It's the start of a new week. I don't know about you, but I'm excited to be here. Sweetie Pie, are you excited to be here? She's probably going to jump up on the table, on the desk momentarily, and you know what? There she goes. Anyway, we're going to have a fun stream today. We've got some fossil news to cover, and plenty of Q&A, I presume, like we always have. But for right now, Sweetie Pie has already decided to just steal the show right at the beginning. We've got no chill today, Sweetie Pie. Just right off the bat. And you're gonna start pushing the camera around? Of course. Well, everybody, I'm glad you're here. If it's your very first time, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. And I'm sometimes helped or hindered by various critters, like
Help me.
thankfully no cassowaries yet, although that'd be pretty cool. But cats are, they abound here in this house. Since before I moved in, there's 3 cats who live here. They are together my landlords, and I gotta make sure I keep them happy. You're looking at Sweetie Pie right now. Anyway, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about at scientific conferences, just like the week before last at SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. Working with various crews in states like Montana, Wyoming, Utah. Holy cow, we've got 2 cats on here right now. My goodness, we've got Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie. It's a cat face-off. Hello, both of you. My goodness. Felines galore. Anyway, yeah, it's good to have everybody here. Yeah, shoot, during the summers I go out and dig up dinosaurs, and we live stream it whenever we can. Octavius, thank you for the raid. Our raid alerts are still not working. I apologize about that. But, welcome, Octavius. It's good to have you here. How did your stream go? Welcome, Octavius, Pixel Nix, Bentley, Lyric Lost. How are you doing, everybody? We're moving from rats to cats, I guess.
Real mean kid.
And thank you, Diagonal, for the 45 months of support.
He was the terror of his neighborhood.
I appreciate it. And Kinky Baby Pickle, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Protective armor.
It's good to have you.
From beasts like Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Holy cow, we're starting the week off right, aren't we? Wonderful raid from Octavius. I hope the stream was fantastic. I hope all those mischievous little mammals behaved themselves. By which I mean the chatters. I hope the rats were well behaved too. If anybody who was previously watching before the raid, if you love little mammals like rats and lagomorphs like rabbits too, go follow Octavius. There's games on that channel as well. It's always a good time. Go check out Octavius's channel. Anyway, it's good to have you here, everybody. What was I saying? Oh yeah, during the summers, I dig up dinosaurs live in the field. And Octavius, thank you for the gift to Bentley. I appreciate that very much. That's excellent. Here's a short.
What kind of dinosaur are you digging up? How do you know it's new? So this is an iguanodont dinosaur from the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, about 142 million years old. The very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period, and just that alone almost guarantees that it'll be new. Just because these particular rocks are older than dinosaurs have ever been named from before in North America. But also, this is our third year digging in this particular quarry here. So we've already got hundreds of bones out of the ground.
Treats.
Back to the laboratory, they've already been cleaned and studied, and got every indication that this is going to be a new critter. Doesn't have a name yet, but that'll probably come in a couple years.
Yeah.
Once Karen Poole gets around to publishing on
Mini
it.
Pie stepping on the
She's our
soundboard.
iguanodont expert who was in the quarry with us earlier in the summer. What kind of dinosaur?
Anywho, if you want to see more of those VODs, here's the YouTube channel. We've got all kinds of different VODs here from the summer. Wyoming and Utah this year. We were in the field digging up dinosaurs live, collecting data live, showing you how all that works. So anyway, yeah, my goodness. We've got dual cattage at the moment. Mini Pie, do you want some more? Yeah. Cats were kind of going bonkers earlier today because it was raining outside. And I don't know why, but they really love when it's raining outside. They're indoor cats. But, I think it might have something to do with sound being amplified with more moisture in the air. They just really, really love it when it's a cloudy, rainy day. And so they were running around all over the house this morning, practically climbing the walls. It's been an exciting day for them. And then they've been kind of resting up until right now when I started streaming. And suddenly they want all this attention and want these treats, so, yeah. Anywho. Mini Pie and Sweetie Pie. Thanks for making an appearance here. It's good to have you. Sweetie, there's another treat I see there. Do you see it? Do you see it? It's right there. It's right there. Nope, not there. Warmer. Warmer. Colder. Warmer. Warmer. Oh, so warm. What? You're burning up. You got it. Good job, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. 3 Boreoeutherians hanging out together. It's true, Kawaisapod. It's true. What Kawaisapod is talking about right there is the clade. Oh, I'll see you later, sweetie. The clade that we 3 belong to. Cats and humans both belong to a group of mammals called Boreoeutherians. And if Mini Pie scoots over, I can access my keyboard. Here we go. Mammals. Here on our Tree of Life, the good old mammals. Right there. Mammals is a group of living things that give birth to live young. They feed their young with milk. They don't always give birth to live young, actually. Anyway, the reason they're all mammals is that they all share a common ancestor. They all evolved from the same critter about 180 million years ago, during the Jurassic period. Now, if we want to get to the group of mammals that includes both cats and humans, we go to Bororeutheria.
Or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
And Murderous Squirrel, thank you for the 39 months of support. Holy cow, do I appreciate that, Murderous Squirrel. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Bororeutherians also include squirrels, too. So this is kind of how phylogeny works. The tree of life, living things, they share common ancestors. We can go all the way back to the dawn of life itself. As far as we know, all life on Earth originated from a single point, a single common ancestor, almost 4 billion years ago. So everything from ladybugs to bacteria to quinoa to you and me, and the cats too, all evolved from a single common ancestor. Long, long, long time ago. Now, Felis catus. There we go. Let's go to the domestic cat over here. Here we go. We're here within the feliform carnivorans. There we go. Domestic cat right there. There's billions of these critters, right? You'd think they could pick a better picture than that. But that's what we got. Anyway, jump from there to good old Homo sapiens. That's us, humans. Right over here. Within the primates, the great apes right there. And now we can trace a path from Homo sapiens to Felis catus, the domestic cat. And you'll see that we link up right there about 85 million years ago. We had a common ancestor. And all the creatures that stem from that common ancestor are called the Bororeutheria. That's the group that we and cats and rats belong to. Squirrels too. Cats, rats, bats, squirrels, hedgehogs, goats, and whales too, actually. Artiodactyls are part of this group. And primates, like lemurs or people. Pretty cool to think about. Anywho, yeah. That was clearly a selfie done by the cat itself, says Looks Like Voodoo. Picture of the cat, it might be. Wasn't a super high quality picture. But yeah, and Cheerful Bloke. Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. And the spooky ghosts that haunt it. Interesting. Alright. Oh boy, I went on a ghost hunting trip in Bozeman once with somebody who studied bats. And as it turned out, all of the ghost vocalizations were actually those of bats. That was a fun trip. Anyway, yeah. And, diagonal. I don't get that reference. And hey, Rakadactyls, thank you for sending me that that file earlier. We'll probably go over that tomorrow, I'm thinking, because I didn't plan for it for today. We've got a new ankylosaur to talk about. I'd like to read the paper in advance before we actually go over it, but we've got a new ankylosaur from China, just described a few days ago. Just published. We'll be talking about that soon. Yeah, Thyreophorans, yes indeed, Salamander. And you're welcome, Rika. Thank you for your help. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Man, I've already lost the top of chat, but I remember Kodali and Matt M33 were first again today, I think. And then Golganak, Miss Yvette, Salamander, Hogan, Tiny Toxic Tofu. It is wonderful to see you as well. Are you still here, Tofu? And I hope I didn't... Oh, I did miss a message from you a while ago. October, shoot. But Tofu, we should, let's plan a crossover. I might have time coming up soon. Cool. Anywho, thank you again to Octavius for the raid, and you're having a good time so far, Raiders. Yeah. And Wolvulus, I did indeed finish printing this. Let's talk about that for a second, shall we? This critter is called Sinosauropteryx. This is a little meat-eating dinosaur from China. And it's a very important dinosaur in terms of the history of dinosaur paleontology. Because this was the first ever feathered dinosaur to be properly described in the scientific literature and recognized as a non-avian feathered dinosaur. Even Mimus beats this by a number of decades, but Ava Mimus never really got that much attention. This is one of the first, like, unequivocal feathered dinosaurs, Sinosauropteryx. I remember back in the late 90s when this first came out, and it was a big deal. I might even have a book about that. Let me see if I've got that back here. I recently tracked down that feathered dinosaurs book from National Geographic. I'm not sure if I've properly accessioned that into my library yet, but I'll find it another time. But important stuff. The reason why I was so keen to print this and print a fleshed out model of this critter, the most famous fossil of which looks like this. Sinosauropteryx fossil, there we go. Yeah, pretty extraordinary. The reason why I was so eager to print this as a fleshed out model is that we now understand coloration of this critter. Preserved fossil feathers show that it was kind of an orangey color like this with white stripes running up its tail. This is one of the better understood dinosaurs in terms of its external appearance. And,
Tradoon.
yeah. Pretty cool. So I'll be painting this eventually. Maybe even later this week. But sometime soon. We'll be painting this animal with its full coloration here, with those white stripes running up the tail. That's going to be pretty cool. So yeah, art and science meeting. There you go, Cheerful Bloke. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, we also have Sinosauropteryx emotes. If anybody wants to subscribe at tier 2 or higher, you've got those right there. So, yeah. And Alexander Morrison, thanks for the compliments on this and the Dilophosaurus there. Yeah, good stuff. Let me put this back where it was. But I was pretty happy to have finished it. It looks pretty good.
This is a herbivore and that's the dinosaur man.
Dinosaur man.
I don't understand English, but I love dinos. Closing parenthesis.
Clipper M, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your support. What is your language, if you don't mind my asking? If you can understand. But I appreciate you. It's good to have you here. Thank you for the support. Spanish. Claro que sí. Hablo un poquito de español. Mis ancestros en el lado de mi papá, de mi familia, son de Puerto Rico. Thuring Wethil 7, thank you for the follow. Thuring Wethilt? Is that 7 a T? Anyway, it's good to have you here. Welcome. Thuring Wethilt, I got it? Excellent.
1,000 a year has been well spent.
Ironbark is one of those people who's got the Sinosauropteryx emotes there. Oops, wrong ones. Sinosauropteryx. Thank you for the tier 3 sub, 27 months now. Really appreciate that, Ironbark. Really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. For all of your support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Speaking of 3D printing, like with this, another 3D print has just completed. This one might not look like much, but, well, it's a piece of something larger. We might even put that together in a few minutes, and I might start a... Let me get another print started, actually. And then we'll take that one off the printer. It's not a copperlight salamander, but it did emerge from a cloaca. I'll put it that way. And Jody Fish, it is indeed a nest with eggs. Yes, Looney Rose, yep. Yep, we'll talk about that in a minute. But let's see. Let's get this open, and I think we might as well start printing. Maybe we'll do something simple today. Maybe we'll do... I think I've got some Falcarius files already ready to go, already turned into G-codes. Falcarius is this lovely theropod dinosaur, honestly one of my favorite dinosaurs. It's a basal therizinosaur from Utah. Really important dinosaur for understanding dinosaur ontogeny, dinosaur evolution, the transition from meat-eating ancestors to plant-eating descendants. This is a dinosaur that's kind of in transition there. Here's a picture of it with old Papa Jim. Killer dinosaurs turned vegetarian. There we go. There's Jim Kirkland, the skeleton of Falcarius. Here, let me play you a clip. And, I'll get those files loaded up while that's going on. This is from a documentary called Utah's Dinosaur Graveyard. And let's get to the part where Jim is talking in front of the skeleton. There were some really cool talks about this at SVP this year. Here's Lindsay Zano talking.
We're still able to see predatory features like sharp claws. In the case of raptor dinosaurs, folding arms. This is the forelimb of Falcarius. One of the things that's easy to recognize about it is that it basically looks like a raptor dinosaur. It's long, it's elongate, the bones are not thick and robust. The claws are still predatory dinosaur claws. There hasn't been that much change in the forelimb.
When we look at the legs of this animal, one of the really significant features we see with Falcarius is the lower leg bones are significantly longer than the upper leg bones. These are features we see in running animals. It's a real character of all the Maniraptorans. Velociraptor, the Oviraptors.
The sharp claws, long forelimbs, and fast running capabilities all trace back to the raptor roots of Falcarius.
All later therizinosaurs that we know of have femurs that are longer than the lower legs. This is a sign of an animal that's moving much more slowly. In addition, this animal still has a pretty typical theropod three-toed foot with three functional toes.
I'll print some bones from this critter.
Here, and later therizinosaurs becomes larger and actually becomes a weight-supporting toe once again.
What makes Falcarius unique in the fossil world is that now, for the first time, scientists have a missing link. A step in the evolutionary transformation from a predatory raptor to a plant-eating therizinosaur.
One of the things we know you have to do to build a therizinosaur is to take a velociraptor-like animal and give it a huge gut and shrink its legs down, add a couple extra toes, and lengthen its neck and shrink its head and give it small leaf-shaped teeth instead of those sharp blade-like teeth like a predatory dinosaur would have. Previously,
Alright.
we had no real information on how this transition was happening. With the discovery of Falcarius, we're able to take an in-depth look, sort of a time slice in evolution, and take a close look at what areas of the skeleton are changing.
When we look at the hip region here, we see some
Ooh, and this is what I'm printing right now, is the femur. Big thigh bone of this animal. She said, Lindsay Dano said shrink its legs, and that is part of this, but it's still got a pretty big femur. In fact, it's going to take about 20 hours to print, all told, I think, to get that whole thing done, because it's a long bone, that femur.
some features that are very important in the therizinosaurs that are developed much more so later. They begin to flare the hip out laterally, pull the bones at the base of the hips back, basically creating a large basket to support the digestive system that a plant-eating animal needs. And this has already begun to do this, and there's really not much reason you would start expanding your abdominal cavity unless you were going to process something that was more difficult to digest.
Anyway,
in a unique
really
twist
cool
of
stuff.
Evolution, Falcarius represents a meat-eater forsaking its bloodthirsty ancestry as it becomes a vegetarian.
I can relate. Here is a link to this wonderful documentary right there. And momentarily, the 3D printer is going to start getting the femur from this critter. So I'm excited about that. It's going to be good. Have they finally announced the legendary adult Falcarius? So we've got a lot of growth stages of this animal. A hodgepodge of bones. We don't have, to my knowledge, like articulated skeletons of this, but we've got enough pieces where we can start to figure out what the whole animal looked like. We've got bones from babies and bones from full-grown adults, it seems, Dr. Terrace. So the adult of this animal looks basically like this. Yeah. Oh, and there's the 3D printer starting to do its thing. There we go. So it's going to start calibrating real quick, and then it'll actually start printing. Paleo Ken, how are you doing, Ken? It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're feeling better after getting the conference illness. I'm feeling 100% again, which is wonderful. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Ken. It's good to see you. Yeah. And I'll see you later, Moosh. Thank you for being here. Good luck with your test tomorrow. And Murph says, does it make sense to turn to herbivore? You would start as a generalist or omnivore? That's probably what these guys were doing. It seems like the earliest dinosaurs that we have, if you go back, way back in time, earlier than Falcarius, to the origin of all the dinosaurs like Eoraptor seem to be generalists. Critters like this. We usually say meat eater, but they also have teeth that seem like they might be suitable for eating plants occasionally too. Kind of like a modern day iguana or something like that. Iguanas can be pretty varied in their diet. They can be pretty versatile. They eat plants, they eat meat, they might eat little fuzzy mammaliforms like that. But yeah. So it seems like dinosaurs kind of started off as generalists, and then the descendants of critters like Eoraptor went full carnivore or went full herbivore. Falcarius might represent a critter that kind of went back to a generalist and then went back, from carnivorous ancestors, went more generalist and then went more herbivore after that with its descendants. As well, Falcarius looks, looks like this. Its descendants, critters like Nothronychus from North America, they're bigger, bulkier, slower. They seem much better suited for being like full-time herbivores, if that makes sense. They're almost like a giant sloth, but, tens of millions of years before the first giant sloths evolved. Before any sloths evolved. They're pretty cool critters. They are pretty cool. Yeah. Prosauropod Mark II. There you go, Ken. Yeah, they do have a very, like, prosauropod-like aspect to them. Compare Falcarius here to a completely unrelated dinosaur, like Massospondylus, and they've got a similar kind of vibe to them, you know? Yeah, these guys probably had a similar sort of lifestyle. Probably generalist in their habits. They're leaning toward being more herbivorous, but they probably still ate meat when they could find it. Yeah. Not very specialized critter. Yeah, does that make sense? And conversion evolution, there you go, Alexander Morrison, yes indeed. Yeah, good stuff. And Dr. Terra says maybe mass vegetation opportunities. That's what happened with pandas going full-on herbivore with the rise of bamboo. Dr. Terra, that could very well be the case. It might be that the rise of angiosperm plants, oh sweetie pie, flowering plants evolving in the early Cretaceous, that kind of coincides with the rise of the therizinosaurs too. So it could be that there were more opportunities to make your living eating plants, with more kinds of plants evolving. Maybe the extinction of some of the other plants, like Bennettitalians. These guys see like a major drop at the end of the Jurassic. That might be one of the reasons why flowering plants evolve, is that, like, maybe the flowering plants push these guys out too through competition. We're not totally sure. But it could be that certain groups of herbivorous dinosaurs, like maybe stegosaurs, maybe, were specializing in this kind of plant. We don't know. You know, you can only speculate so far in situations like this. But it could be that maybe stegosaurs were specialized eaters of Bennettitalians and other cycadioids like this. And then when those disappear and the flowering plants first evolve, maybe therizinosaurs evolved to take advantage of the new flowering plants. We don't really know, you know? More work is needed to actually understand that as a story, you know? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie pie. Get your face. Oh, we need more fossils, as always, Casey Snowart. Yes, indeed. We need more fossils. And it's been a while since I've heard about Massospondylus. Also, I've been saying its name wrong, it sounds like. Massospondylus, Massospondylus, tomato, potato, you know? Yeah. When did bees start out pollinating? Jody Fish, that would be during the... Well, I don't know when bees did. But, insects have been pollinating plants for a long, long time. Long before bees evolved, long before flowering plants evolved. There are things like cycads and conifers that have had a mutualistic relationship with insects for a long, long time. Bees are not the only pollinators. Bees are honestly kind of late to the party. Other things like beetles, like these cycad pollinating weevils, have been pollinating plants since, what, like the Permian period? Or before?
Look at all those chickens.
Mulder Aim, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Diplodocus diplodocus, there you go, Ken. Yes, yes. So yeah. Oh, printer's making noise. Is everything good? It's looking okay. That first layer is critical here. Wolvulus says, Sweetie Pie was looking bad at me because I wasn't following what you were saying. Was she really? Well, let's bring that camera up for a close-up. There we go. But yeah. And Casey Snowart, It is either Diplodocus or Diplodocus. It just depends on who you ask. You know, neither one is incorrect necessarily. My general rule when I'm trying to pronounce a dinosaur name that I'm a little uncertain of is I listen to what the authors of the paper call it, you know? So for like Deinonychus versus Deinonychus, I grew up saying Deinonychus, but then, shoot, Jack Horner says Deinonychus. It doesn't really matter which way you slice it, but, I don't know. If you need to have like a tiebreaker, you could get into what the original author says.
When we first saw it,
here's John Ostrom, who named the critter.
Remember the terrible claw?
We talked about this last week.
You think about that foot with that big sickle-like claw that he must have used as a weapon. Remember, he's a two-legged animal, can't walk on all fours. He's got an animal, good balance, and this tail, like a tightrope walk. A weapon. You think about that, but then remember the terrible claw? You think about that foot, vertebrae. There's another surprise in Deinonychus. Here we have.
So John Ostrom named the critter, and he calls it, of course,
This was another surprise in
Deinonychus.
Deinonychus.
And yeah, I don't know. If there's a definitive answer, if we're gonna take a... Actually, no, is that a descriptivist or a prescriptivist approach? I'm not sure what that is. Anyway, if the original author pronounces it one way, that counts for something, right? Anyway, yeah, but he also said reptiles, Alexander Morrison. Yeah, so you know, but that was just something that people said back then. But yeah. Anywho. Oh, an interesting, cool. Thank you, Cheerful Bloke. Six-string samurai. Oh, cool. Cool. And Rhacodactylus' pronunciation discussions like this are nice because it lets us know we're reading about these things before we hear people talk about them. That is true. I've always said that if you ever hear somebody mispronounce a word correctly, especially like a big word, you know, a $20 word, that's not a bad thing. It shows that they didn't learn that word from hearing it from other people. They read it in a book or something like that, you know? And that's kind of cool. Yeah. So I try not to make fun of people for mispronouncing certain words because, you know, they're in the process of learning. And they probably read it in a book rather than just hearing it from their friends or whatever, you know? And that's cool. But yeah. Hats off to everyone for reading. Agreed, Rhacodactylus, yes. And Charlie's Dragon says, the way the original author pronounced it is a valid pronunciation, but not necessarily the only way. Agreed. Yeah. And Casey Snowart says, oh man, that makes me feel better. I said chasm, like chasm, for years, because I read it in a book as a kid. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. And Paleo Ken says, I thought Hermione? Hermione was... I don't even know how to pronounce that one. Is that... It almost sounds Greek. Ken, yeah. And Rhacodactylus says, I had this screen name for 4 years before I asked a herpetologist how to pronounce it. Yeah, Rhacodactylus, that's, what is that, like a crested gecko or something? Let's look that up on our Tree of Life. Rhacodactylus. Tough-snouted giant gecko. Well. It used to be a crested gecko, but they're now Coralophus. Interesting. The tough-snouted giant gecko. That's a cool common name in and of itself. Rhacodactylus trachyrhynchus. Rhacodactylus trachyrhynchus. There we go. Like this? Yeah, very cool. Channel mascot is a crested gecko, who is now... They've been moved to a different genus. Is that the deal? Eyelash gecko, okay. There we go, that looks familiar. Yeah. Good stuff. Coralophus ciliatus. Very nice. Harry Potter reference. I don't think this is a Harry Potter reference. There is a dinosaur, however, whose name is a Harry Potter reference. Dracorex hogwartsia. The name is actually the result of a contest, like a children's contest at the Children's Museum of Indianapolis, if I remember correctly. Yeah, meet Dracorex hogwartsia. The Greek name. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Wait, Greek name. Oh, Hermione. Man, if Lordy or Ios are watching, they're probably rolling their eyes right now. But yeah, and there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, this dinosaur has been rechristened, I suppose you could say. But yeah. How do you name a completely new species of dinosaur? A team of museum scientists officially named the new dinosaur species Dracorex hogwartsia, the Dragon King of Hogwarts. The name celebrates Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, which I believe offered a grant to the scientists doing this research, right? I'm kidding. Yeah. Dinosaurs are wonderful for getting kids to explore their minds and exercise their scientific imagination, and that's where Ms. Rowling excels too. Maybe not so much anymore, but yeah. Anyway, here is a link. So this dinosaur has since been sunk. That name is no more. There we go. Because as it turns out, it's probably an ontogomorph, so just a juvenile of Pachycephalosaurus. There were 3 different dinosaurs, all with splendid names. Dracorex, Stygimoloch, and Pachycephalosaurus. And as it turns out, they're all probably the same critter. They seem to represent a growth series. Yeah, ontogeny, exactly. Ontogeny, of course, is the life history of an individual organism, as it from newborn to adult.
Ontogeny.
Those changes are ontogenetic stages. Changes through ontogeny. Ontogeny is the life history of the animal.
Ontogeny.
And we've got a lovely example of that here with Dracorex, Stygimoloch, and Pachycephalosaurus. I actually might be producing an exhibit like this for a local museum in the next couple months. I'm excited about that. But yeah. So fun stuff. Dracorex, Stygimoloch, Pachycephalosaurus, all probably the same critter. Fancy that. But yeah. And where is that as far as universal acceptance is going? Are people still trying to figure out if it is a single ontogenic growth series, or are they trying to figure out if it might be 2? It depends. Well, look at all the things. It depends who you ask. Out of all of the Here, if we're to talk about different Hell Creek Ontario series, be it Nano Tyrannosaurus, be it, you know, Triceratops Torosaurus, be it Dracorex Pachycephalosaurus, or be it Anatosaurus, Edmontosaurus, and Titan. The Pachy one is probably about second most well accepted of the four. Anatosaurus, Edmontosaurus, and Titan is probably the best accepted. Although it's also kind of been the least tested, which is funny. Maybe it's because it's the best accepted so far. Then this would be second, I think. You'd be hard-pressed to find anybody who really firmly believes that Dracorex is distinct. But if you're really curious about this, you should talk to Denver Fowler about it, because Denver's always thinking in terms of heterochrony. And we haven't, to my knowledge, really found, like, adult Pachycephalosaurus with the fully resorbed horns and stuff in the upper Hell Creek. We only really seem to find these guys in the lower. And so they may, like some of these other dinosaur lineages, be undergoing pedomorphosis late in the, like in the latest Maastrichtian. So yeah, it could be that Stygimoloch is valid in terms of just like chronostratigraphy. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anybody say that there might be two different lineages, but yeah. And Ken says, I was unaware that we still haven't found Pachycephalosaur arms until this SVP. No, they're out there. Kerry Woodruff, I think, was working on some for his PhD. They're just not published yet. The Canadians from the ROM, the Royal Ontario Museum, they purchased a Pachycephalosaurus skeleton that is practically complete, I think. So I think we do have arms. They just haven't been figured, they haven't been described yet, to my knowledge. Again, we gotta bring Kerry on for an interview at some point, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and rumor has it too that Mike Treebold has had a commercial specimen for years and years with complete arms, or fairly complete arms. That may even be the one that they published, or that they purchased, excuse me, the Canadians bought, but I don't know. All these things are just rumors until they get published, you know? That's how it works in science. We're all aware. But, and Mrs. Aribo says, I love that you're trying to film yourself past the cat. Oh, we've got multiple ways of doing that. But people just love to see Sweetie Pie, you know? So we're, we're making do. Sweetie Pie, would you like a treat? Would you like some more treats? Is that why you continue to just stand here like a gargoyle? Yeah, just a sweetie gargoyle. Yeah. Yeah. And Ken says, Rom did buy the Treebold specimen. It was one of the big deal specimens to look at during 2022 SVP. Interesting. Oh, that must have been the one then. Come here, sweetie. Let's get you some treats. There you go. Go nuts. Yum, yum. Good stuff. He lost the staring contest, Linearos. Well, better luck next time, you know? Better luck next time. Truckram123 says, what about the dodo bird? What about the dodo bird? What do you want to know? Yeah. Do you have a more specific question? Happy to talk about it. And there will definitely be a next time with Sweetie Pie. This is true, Merv. This is true. She loves to stare at the camera. And the poor dodo bird, yeah, Petrodactylus. Oh boy, a critter that had, you know, ruled its island for close to 10 million years, perfectly well adapted to that ecosystem, thriving there, and then people show up and it's extinct in less than a century, you know? It's wiped out. Yeah. And do you have a ceiling fan? I do not have a ceiling fan, Murph. No, I don't. You think she's staring at the ceiling fan? Because that's not the case. Anyway. All done, sweetie pie? You get all the treats? Wow, you just hoovered those up. My goodness. And now off she goes. I'll see you later, sweetie. Thanks for stopping by. Good stuff. Oh, and there's Mini Pie over there. We're getting some cat interaction. Oh, are we gonna get a Mini Pie visit too? Did it have to do with egg size? Says life. No. I mean, there is the idea that dodos lay their eggs on the ground, and so that here's Mini Pie. So the animals that explorers and sailors and stuff that they let loose on the island, they ate a lot of the dodo's eggs. Creatures like rats and pigs and dogs. Yeah, that's maybe the primary reason for the extinction of the dodo, is that there's this creature that's adapted over millions of years to laying its eggs on the ground, and then you throw rats into that situation and it's game over, man. Yeah. Mini Pie, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Let's get a close-up with you, shall we? Hello, Mini Pie. If we're super lucky, we might even get Moon Pie showing up. All three of the cat landlords. And rats, pigs, cats, not good for island species. It's true, Charlie's Dragon. There's so many different species of island bird that went extinct in historic times and slightly prehistoric times too. There's a particular figure. Is it here? ResearchGate, yeah. This is nuts. Just the number of bird species that have been completely wiped out on islands because of the arrival of people. You see the dodo right there. All of these other species like this. That almost looks like a Hawaiian honey creeper. There have been like 37 species of bird that have gone extinct in Hawaii, on the Hawaiian Islands, because of people showing up. It's just nuts. Yeah. And are these the number of species that went extinct compared to the ones that survived? Or total? So like Galapagos, 27 species extinct out of 100 that are endemic to the islands? That's nuts. Shoot. Or no, maybe that's extinct versus surviving. Let's look at the figure caption. Violin plots. Show the kernel density of the distribution of times colonization of bird species in each archipelago obtained from phylogenetic trees. I wish they would just explain this in the figure rather than having to go through the big, long, stupid figure caption. This is one of the things that I don't like about science publishing. Is that in scientific publishing, we've got these rules that don't really benefit anyone, necessarily, as far as I can tell. Like, you have to have long figure captions like this, rather than just having the figures be self-explanatory, you know? Numbers on the map correspond to numbers to the left of the archipelago name. Numbers to the right of the archipelago name indicate the number of species from our focal assemblage on the archipelago compared to the percentage of species sampled in the phylogenetic trees. Oh, okay. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense, because why would it be 0 for... Whatever. Anyway. Yeah. Mini Pie, can I offer you some treats? Would you appreciate that? Yeah? What do you think? Oh, yeah, she perks right up. Love that adventure. Yeah, good stuff. And there you go, Rick Deck. Yeah, don't get me started on violent thoughts. Thought those were a good idea. And a very treat motivated day? Yes, indeed, SB. Yes, indeed. I don't know. We've had a whole weekend of no treats, so they're eager to get back into it. And Korolewska Krevetka says, do you think there would be a demand for a dinosaur collectible card series if someone were to create one? I'm not sure. I don't know how popular collectible cards are in general right now. It's a good question. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know when I was a kid, I really wanted to create like a dinosaur card, collectible card game. I was really gung-ho about the idea. But yeah, I don't know. Anywho. 700 plus species of Pseudotsuchi and Archosaurs that have been described. 126 of those species have been histologically examined. That's actually a pretty good percentage, Alexander Morrison. Huh. That's pretty neat. Yeah. Entirely Dinosaurs wasn't really a game, though. Yeah, I've had some dinosaur trading cards as well. There have been a number of those over the years. I remember Denver Fowler showing me years and years ago. It was during the 80s or 90s. Dinosaurs Attack card games. They're meant to be like really kind of gory, gross out. Like, yeah. Yeah, anywho. There were Jurassic Park collectible cards. There were some that came with the action figures. From Kenner, right? Yeah, the trading cards. I remember having this one, yeah. And this one too, the Dimetrodon. Classic piece of artwork there. My Dimetrodon pumpkin that I designed. I don't know if anybody realized it, but it was, yeah. It's based on that piece of artwork there. He used that as inspiration. This almost looks like the work of Brian Franczak. Like, same kind of artistic style. I do wonder if, yeah. Very similar artistic style. You have to wonder, you know? It's the same artist. And you still have those old violets? Cool. Cool. They went full Son of the action figures before they knew anything about the movie, so it sort of reflected the book more. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Oh, and Brian Franczak passed away. Shoot, in 2020. I didn't know that. This is on the Tetrapod Zoology blog run by Darren Naish. And I guess he did indeed do that art. Wow. I had no idea. Yeah. If you followed the paleo art scene in the early 90s, you surely knew who Brian was and paid attention to his many excellent paintings of dinosaurs, because they were everywhere at the time. These were in fact seen by millions due to their use in the Jurassic Park merchandise, in particular their collectible cards, which came with a Kenner range of figures, so I was right. Same artist. Yeah. Brian was affiliated with the Dinosaur Society and did commissioned artwork for them, and was a recipient of the Society's first grant. He won the first Dinosaur Society grant. Wow. Enabled him to travel to Argentina to study and illustrate the remarkable sauropod Amargasaurus. Here's some of his lovely stegosaur artwork. We've got, who is it? I think we've got Werhasaurus, Tojangasaurus, Dacentrurus, I think, early depiction of that animal, and Huayangasaurus, maybe. Dacentrurus, Huayangasaurus, Tojangasaurus, Werhasaurus. Yes, indeed. Oh yeah. I think I got that right. Right order. Pachycephalosaurus. Yeah, and oh man, I had this book when I was a kid. I read this cover to cover, I don't know how many times. Really, really big book. One of those books that's way longer than it is tall. Yeah. Good stuff. Uranosaurus, Carnotaurus. Yeah. Anyway. I didn't know that Brian Franzak had passed away. That's sad to hear. Yeah. Old die-cast metal Jurassic Park dinosaurs. I remember those too, Germstern. Anyway, the author of this blog is Darren Naish, and I just emailed him about this today to get a copy of the PDF. Maybe we'll talk about that if we have time. Oh boy, we should talk about it. Yeah. No, but Germstrom, I know what you're talking about there. It was Matchbox back in the 90s. I remember, I think it was maybe Christmas of 1997 after The Lost World came out. Yeah, here we go. I know subscribers aren't supposed to see ads on this channel, but we'll make an exception right here.
Drive deep into the Lost World Jurassic Park and experience the Lost World Jurassic Park from Matchbox. Watch out for hidden head butters at the Lost World.
Pachycephalosaurs.
Or they'll headbutt your Matchbox Humvee. Break out to escape. Now to the Matchbox Site B garage. Go up the tower. Beware of raptors who attack.
I remember getting this, I think, from my grandpa and grandma for Christmas. I was thrilled.
The Lost World Jurassic Park playsets and some die-cast vehicles sold separately from Matchbox.
Pretty sure you had one of these Brachydactylus? They had another one, too. This one here?
Drive deep into the Lost World Jurassic Park and experience the Lost World Jurassic.
Different one. No, same one.
Watch out for...
Yeah, anyway. But they had these little die-cast, you know, metal dinosaurs. I probably still have some of these, like at my dad's garage. But yeah, they were high quality. They were fun. Yeah, there's a Velociraptor there, aka Deinonychus. But yeah. So they're made of this lovely painted metal, which made them super durable. But the paint did have a tendency to scratch off. They didn't really coat them with any kind of... It would have been cool if they'd coated them with some sort of protective enamel to keep the paint from chipping off, but no. So it'd probably be really difficult to find one of these nowadays that isn't just... He's got the paint taken off all of the protruding bits. But yeah. Jurassic Park was the second movie you saw in theaters? Holy cow, Ken. Wow. Cool. I'm a little jealous. I don't think I saw the original Jurassic Park in theaters until like the 20th anniversary. Yeah. But I got to watch it with all the folks from Museum of the Rockies. They had a special screening of it in Bozeman. It was a ton of fun. Yeah. And I am 21, Lenina. It's true. Yeah. What's your birth year, if you don't mind? Whatever birth year would make me 21 in perpetuity, Volvulus. My birth year changes every year, you know? But my birthday is September 26th. Yeah. These are ads I can get behind. Yeah, Salamander. Yeah, anyhow. It would have been the first movie I saw in theater. Very cool, Ken. Very cool. I jumped so hard. There you go, Sammy. Ken, that's awesome. Yeah. Anyway, this is something that I've been talking with colleagues a bit about recently. What it was like in the 1990s when Jurassic Park came out. Just this kind of... Jurassic Park is both a cause of what we call dinomania sometimes in the 90s, but also a symptom of it too. You had this surge of popularity that dinosaurs had undergone that kind of started with John Ostrom and Deinonychus back in the late 60s. John Ostrom and his discovery and publication of this dinosaur, Deinonychus, kind of took the world by storm. It helped change people's view of dinosaurs from these cold-blooded, slow-moving, you know, interesting but unsophisticated, unimportant animals into something that was more worthy of scientific study. John Ostrom had a big part in that. So did his students, you know. People like Bob Bacher, and I think Peter Dodson was also one of Ostrom's students. And then you get people like Glenn Storrs, Jack Horner, Paul Sereno, later on, who make these discoveries throughout the 80s and 90s. And here's some illustrations by Bacher here. It helped us to understand that, shoot, dinosaurs were probably warm-blooded like modern mammals and birds, unlike modern reptiles, like you see right here. The dinosaurs were probably more on the warm-blooded side of things. Anyway, those discoveries helped kind of rejuvenate scientific interest in dinosaurs, which led to more dinosaur discoveries, which led to more public enthusiasm, more funding. I created a figure for that for my poster for SVP this year. Here's that figure there that I put together. So, new discoveries, like Ostrom and Deinonychus, lead to new publications, greater scientific interest. Dinosaurs just became more interesting. They became a more worthy subject of study. More scientific interest leads to more media attention, public interest, and then institutional support. You've got the rise of groups like the Dinosaur Society, like we talked about earlier. They've funded Brian Franzak's work and commissioned him to do a lot of artwork. The Jurassic Foundation, too. The Dynamation Society in the 1990s. That institutional support leads to more funding for science, more jobs in paleontology, which leads to new discoveries, and the cycle just kind of continues like this, over and over again until we get to the present. And it doesn't necessarily have to go in one direction either. You can have arrows pointing to, you know, it doesn't. This is not necessarily always the order here. But all these things feed into one another, you know? The chasing arrows, like the recycling label, is just kind of a convenient graphic to use. People recognize it instantly. They know what's going on when they see this. But it, of course, is more complicated than this, more interesting, more complex. So yeah. I'm really interested in what are the causes that lead to, you know, our current situation, where we've had a new dinosaur genus or species named once every 9 days on average. That's what one of my posters was about at SVP this year. Published every 9 days. Holy cow. Yeah. Anyway, did I see reference to Dyson Dinosaur here in the chat? Filippo, are you around right now? It's good to have you here if you are. And Wolvulus, it's a cycle, or like a wise paleobotanist said, there you go. Dinosaur eats man, woman inherits the earth. There you go. But yeah. And Lunia Rose says, I love that we're discovering more and learning more about them. Absolutely. Yeah, shoot. It's like Papa Jim always says. These are the good old years. These are the good times. We are currently in the golden age of dinosaur paleontology. That's happening right now. You know? There's, let's see, 2 of these dinosaurs. Actually, 3 of them on this poster. No, 4. If we count, oh no, sorry, that's not Wulong, that's a different guy. Anyway. 1, 2, 3, yeah. 3 different dinosaurs figured on this poster that were named by people I've worked with in the field. People who've mentored me. Navajoceratops and Probrachylophosaurus, both described by either Denver or Liz Friedman Fowler. Trirarchuncus, named by Fowler et al. I'm one of the authors on this paper. Yeah. This was so much fun to present at SVP this year. Because it had been years and years since I'd been to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. But being able to, you know, to present this there, it was like a dream come true. I remember being a kid, hearing about scientific conferences and going, you know what, someday I'm going to be there. I'm going to be presenting on my own research. You know, I won't be looking in from the outside. I'll be one of the people doing this stuff. And now I am. You know? That's nuts.
One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
Gary and Kellis.
But enough about my work.
Thanks for the follow. Did you accidentally unfollow? It's good to have you here, Gary. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Wolvulus is where can we read those papers? Oh, those ones from, oh, hang on. There we go. Navajoceratops and Probrachylophosaurus. I think both of those are open access. Let's look up Navajoceratops here. I'm pretty sure this one was in Piaget? Maybe PLOS One? Piaget! There we go. Ding, ding, ding. And Piaget is, of course, an open access journal, no paywall. So here we go.
Access granted.
There were several new dinosaurs published in here. Well, 2 new genera, Navajoceratops and Terminocavus. 2 new ceratopsian dinosaurs. And where's the figure with the life reconstructions that Bobby Bosenacker did? It's beautiful work. And I cribbed a little bit from it for my poster. Maybe it's not in here. Maybe it was just in the press release. Here. Navajo ceratops. Huh. Well, you can read about it here at the Dickinson Museum Center website. Yeah. Anywho, and then Brachylophosaurus is here. There we go. 2015. Which was the first year that I chronicled in the poster there. Yeah. Pretty cool. What's really neat about both of those dinosaurs, Brachylophosaurus and Navajo ceratops, is they both seem to represent, to the best of our knowledge, intermediate stages within dinosaur evolution. So, like, they're both kind of in the middle spots within certain dinosaur lineages evolving over time. That's pretty cool to think about, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Somebody had a sauropod question? What was that? Oh, the sailback sauropod. That's Bahatosaurus right there. You're talking about this guy from the poster right here in the red. This is Bahatosaurus. Yeah, who was named in 2019. There we go. Yeah. So there's some illustrations of it with the spines not covered by skin. They almost certainly were actually covered by skin in life. It would look much more like this in life. But there it is there in the Species New to Science blog. It's a cool critter, Bahatosaurus. Pretty nifty. Yeah. Crimson Carnotaurus says, any news on the amateur Brachylophosaurus? It's called Brachylophosaurus because it was before Brachylophosaurus. Pro means before, which is kind of funny because if you're, I don't know, in like tech parlance, pro means like it comes after or it's more expensive or it has more features. In paleontology, if it's pro something, that means it's before. It's earlier. It's the beta version, you know? Presumably less expensive. Proto. Exactly, Rhacodactylus. Yeah. Yeah, like good old Protoceratops right here. Whose name means proto-horn face. You know, early horn face. First horn face. It's not a particularly good name because it's not actually an ancestor of the later ceratopsians. But, yeah. Anyway, pro means before. So, Brachylophosaurus means before Brachylophosaurus. Is that making sense? There we go. Brachylophosaurus. Discovery and naming. Brachylophosaurus burgei was named and described by Elizabeth A. Friedman Fowler and Jack Horner. Generic name is a combination of Latin pro, before, and Brachylophosaurus. It refers to the genus being situated in a lower position in the stratigraphy than its relative Brachylophosaurus. So it's presumably the ancestor of Brachylophosaurus, hence Brachylophosaurus. Does that make sense? Yeah. Like Probactrosaurus. There you go, Kodalivska. Yes, yes, indeed. And MSAT says, is it not related to ceratopsians? No, Protoceratops is a ceratopsian. But it comes after the ancestor of the... It's way too late in time to be an ancestor of things like Triceratops because it practically lived at the same time. There's these old ideas that like, oh, maybe Psittacosaurus evolved in a Protoceratops, which gave rise to the later ceratopsians. Doing a little bit of straw manning here, but that's what you would infer from looking at the image. We now know this is not true. Protoceratops lived after Styracosaurus, I think, after Monoclonius and Chasmosaurus, and only a little bit before Triceratops. So this kind of neat evolutionary diagram right here is bunk. It's no longer held to be true. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, Tyrannosaurus. What? Yeah. Professional is before the confessional, as opposed to? Need to interview some professionals, I guess. There you go. Fall machine. Yeah. 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 Anyhow. And pro is short for professional in tech. I'm aware, Harry. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Sweetie Pie, you're back again. My goodness. You just can't get enough of the stream today, can you? Yeah. Just stirring. Oh, gotcha, Ken. Okay. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Anywho, let's get into some news. Shoot. We've got some fossil news here to go over, so let's get into that. Let's play the fossil news stinger here. All right. Our first piece of fossil news today. We'll start off with a feel-good story here about an airport that I frequent during my travels, especially to and from fieldwork. Salt Lake City International Airport in Salt Lake City, Utah. Meet Allie, SLC Airport's first ever dinosaur. So what's more exciting than a shortcut to the B gates? An Allosaurus at the airport. I love that. Yeah. On Tuesday, October 22nd, Salt Lake City International Airport and the Natural History Museum of Utah, that's the museum that I collect for during the summers, with the Utah Geological Survey, unveiled the airport's first ever dinosaur, Allie, a 30-foot long, 15-foot tall, it's not 15 feet tall, skeleton of Allosaurus fragilis. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today to reveal a project that's been 150 million years in the making. Jason Cryan, executive director of NHMU, told the crowd gathered to celebrate the completed Concourse B. Turn around as we unveil Utah's state fossil as it's never been seen before. Let's see if I can find video of this, because I betcha we'll be able to find coverage of this on local news, perhaps. SLC Airport Allosaurus. There we go. Good stuff. They might mention it here. There we go.
B at the Salt Lake Airport. Maybe it winded you a little bit. You can now breathe a sigh of relief. Your walk is about to get a lot shorter. ABC 4's Annika Johns is at the airport with more on what Phase 3 has in store for you.
The half-mile trek to the B gates at the Salt Lake City International Airport is finally over. But with
something like this,
and
it may be something that's never been seen before.
Karen Graham, thank you, Karen Graham, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Pie-Loving Merp, how did I miss your follow 2 minutes ago? I'm sorry for that. But it's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Good stuff.
With the Phase 3 unveiling
Oh, and yeah, shoot, it did take a long time to walk to the way that the Salt Lake City airport was set up is that you had to take this really, really long walk. It was like half a mile underneath the tarmac to get to the B terminal, the Concourse B or whatever. And I had to do that over the summer when I flew home from Utah before I went back out to Utah to work with the Utah Geological Survey this summer. This is something that I do a lot. I usually, if I'm flying anywhere in the U.S., I usually have a layover in either Denver or Salt Lake. So I'm really excited to be able to see an Allosaurus there in Salt Lake now. Very nice. And Lenina, thank you for gifting Moo Hoodles. I appreciate that. And SLC Airport, yes, indeed. Yeah. I took a photo of the dinosaur. I was stoked. That is your state dinosaur, or your state fossil there, Moo Hoodles. Allosaurus.
Today, we learned that there's even more for people to come see, do, and enjoy. Check it out.
Yeah.
So you're going to save as much as a half a mile in walking because of...
And Bismarck, North Dakota has a dinosaur too. I was just there, Moo Hoodles, yeah, on my way to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology Conference in Minneapolis. Yeah, here, I've got a picture of it. I don't know if I took a picture of me in front of it, but... here's me in front of the North Dakota sign. And then, oh, there's some hadrosaur skin. There's the Triceratops there. It's an old Triceratops prorsus skull. You can tell it's T. prorsus because it's got that elongate nasal horn, kind of shorter, almost stubbier brow horns. There's been some weird reconstruction of this whole area here. I'm not sure what's going on in the jugal area. This is all plaster, but this is real fossil bone here. This is a really old mount. I think they did it in like the 40s. They didn't really know what they were doing back then. But that's real fossil bone that you see just as you're exiting the security area of Bismarck, North Dakota, capital city, their airport there. So yeah. Anyway, get back to this.
This new central tunnel.
The River Tunnel, which connects Concourse A with Concourse B at the Salt Lake City International Airport, has officially opened.
Anyway, I hope you're doing well, Moo Hoodles.
Walk between the two sides of the
One of our better-known Utah streamers
here on Twitch. It's a more entertaining walk, and it's most definitely the most beautiful tunnel, not only in Salt Lake City that I have seen in an airport, but like across the nation. I've been to many airports.
But along with the much-anticipated tunnel, a number of restaurants, shops, and new...
It's the most beautiful airport tunnel in all of the greater Salt Lake City metropolitan area so far.
Art installations have been revealed, including someone who roamed the grounds of the Salt Lake Airport long before it was ever built. So, Allie, what do you think of the new walk? Several new art pieces now call the B Gates home, including an extension of The Canyons and a 3.1-ton glass installation titled Northern Lights.
Art has the ability to reduce the stress of travel. Art elevates the human spirit and can create an inspiring experience, which you don't usually hear about when you go into an airport.
The World Map, a longtime resident of the Salt Lake International Airport before it was redeveloped, made its reemergence in its new home, decorating the floor of Concourse B. Finally, Allie the dinosaur.
I like how you... okay, this is nice. So, as a San Francisco Bay Area resident, anytime that I see like a simplified map of the U.S., you know, some simple graphic, I always look to see if they did, like, how detailed did they make that map of the Bay Area here? And here they include San Francisco Bay. There's the Marin Peninsula. There's kind of a San Francisco Peninsula. No Alameda Island. But, yeah. But what's funny is you don't often see a Great Salt Lake there. There's other big lakes in the middle of the U.S. too. But they put the Great Salt Lake in there because of course, this is Salt Lake City. So that's kind of funny to see that there. You don't often see the Great Salt Lake. Moo Hoodles, when you're looking at simplified maps of North America, your eyes probably immediately drawn to where the Great Salt Lake should be, right? And of course they have it here. But, yeah, our smelly arsenic lake. It is a cool lake, yeah.
reemergence in its new home, decorating the floor of Congress.
And there you go, otter, yeah.
Finally, Allie the dinosaur, a replica fossil skeleton of the Allosaurus fragilis, Utah State's official fossil.
It's majestic and beautiful, and we actually know quite a bit about it scientifically. It's one of Utah's oldest residents.
12 new food and retail options surround the gates, giving passengers a chance to chow down or shop before they leave or enter Salt Lake City.
And local business is really what moves.
Yeah, good stuff. Let's find that video about Allosaurus itself from the Natural History Museum of Utah. So, by the way, this is the same museum that I collect for when I'm out doing field work with Jim Kirkland and Don DeBlue and the whole Utah crew. This is our official repository. This is where all of our fossils go. So this new iguanodont dinosaur that we've been digging up for the past 3 years, all of those fossils are destined to end up here. This is their forever home. When we say that, you know, fossils...
It belongs in a museum!
This is that museum that we're talking about. This is our repository.
Guided by the spirit of discovery and adventure, the museum and the airport set out to bring something iconic to visitors at the airport. Something that would be unexpected, something that would be evocative. And to bring something iconic from Utah, we immediately thought it must be a dinosaur. And it's got to be one of the most iconic dinosaurs. It has to be Allosaurus fragilis.
Beautiful.
This specimen is really special. It was...
Holy cow, it's Rebecca! This is Rebecca Hunt Foster, who's a park paleontologist at Dinosaur National Monument. Yeah, I saw her at SVP a couple weeks ago, and she was our very first ever interviewee here on Paleontologizing. So that's awesome that they interviewed her for this. Super, super cool.
This specimen is really special. It was found in 1924 here at Dinosaur National Monument and then brought out on wagons to go on display at the University of Utah. So this fossil's had a 100-year plus history of
that's so cool. I didn't know that.
Being on exhibit for people to be able to see.
Allosaurus was what we call the apex predator of it.
Hang on, is that the voice of Randy Ermis that I hear there? I saw Randy at SVP too. Is this him?
Ecosystem. So,
150
million years ago, during the late Jurassic period, Allosaurus was the biggest and baddest of meat-eating dinosaurs.
You volunteer at NHM. Very cool, Germs. Very, very cool.
Almost 30 feet long, and
it's a great
you would
museum.
Not want to run into it in a dark alley.
Yeah.
So once you exit the security checkpoint, you go out into the main plaza area. Just look right across the airfield, and there is Allie, the airport Allosaurus. What better place to have the dinosaur than right here?
I was really excited about the opportunity to bring an installation to the airport. I was struck by the airport's desire to make this really about sense of place, about Utah.
The textures, the colors, the feel, the art is all designed to say Utah to everybody.
What I wanted to do with the design of the platform, I had looked at different features that were more geologic and more angular, but eventually settled on this softer form inspired by the topography near Dinosaur National Monument.
Very cool.
Over the years, millions and millions of people are going to see this Allosaurus, be able to read about it, get right up to it, and make that great connection with Utah.
Utah has tremendous stories of natural and cultural history, and we hope
really
that
long neck
massive
on that
Allosaurus will inspire travelers to explore and discover all that our state has to offer.
We're one of the only places you can visit in the entire world where you can see an actual dinosaur quarry with the bones still in place where they were found.
Whether you're talking about geology or the ancient plants and animals we find as fossils, Utah is one of the best places in the world to really immerse yourself in that.
We know that there are going to be millions of people
looking at this
commercial
for the state of Utah.
Dinosaur installation coming in to Salt Lake City, flying out of Salt Lake City. And so what we really hope is that this is going to be an object that inspires wonder and inspires the desire to explore more of Utah, and hopefully to use the Natural History Museum of Utah as a base camp, as a trailhead to explore the state.
Nice. Very cool. Very, very cool. Here's a link to that video right there. And I'll probably be going through that museum, that airport on my way back from the field next summer, I imagine. So probably take some pictures with Allie there. Jump Jess, thank you so much for the 27 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Jump Jess. Appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Good stuff. Yeah. Your mom, sister, and nephew live in Park City. Oh, very cool, Dr. Hubs. Don lives up in Park City too. I'll probably be staying with him for a couple days before I leave for the field this year in Utah. Make a point of looking for it when I next fly there? Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. So yeah, it's that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Here's an article about this too. We just watched some videos, so we've kind of had our fill, but here's a link. Excellent. Yeah, there's some feel-good news there. There are a number of other airports around the U.S. that also have dinosaurs. Bozeman International Airport, little old Bozeman International Airport. Has got a cast of the Wonkel Rex in baggage claim. This is the same Tyrannosaurus skull that we've got featured numerous times throughout this channel, both in emotes and in the starting soon. You know, the Rex jaws there, that's the Wonkel Rex, the same Tyrannosaurus specimen. You can see it there at Bozeman International Airport. They also have a cast of Mort, the Triceratops skull. And when I was in Bozeman, this would have been 2021, I think. Let me find the photo, go back in my camera. It would have been... There we go, yeah, July of 2021. When I was there with Ios and Lordy... Back in 2021 at the airport. This is just as you're leaving baggage claim, going out toward the parking lot. They've got a cast of Mort, which is another Triceratops prorsus skull. Much bigger one than the one they have in Bismarck. But this one is a cast in resin. And so you can just walk right up to it and climb on it if you want to. They kind of encourage you to do that. But that's at Bozeman International Airport, which is pretty cool. Dusty Pence says, how active or noteworthy is Drumheller in a global sense? In terms of what? It's not a very big town, but holy cow, in terms of dinosaur paleontology, it's a big deal. The Royal Tyrrell Museum is there. So, every dinosaur paleontologist knows Drumheller. Another dinosaur in an international airport would be, of course, the Brachiosaurus at O'Hare. In Chicago, Illinois, we've got a life-size cast, an exact replica, with a lot of parts filled in, of the type specimen of Brachiosaurus discovered by, or excavated by Elmer Riggs around the turn of the century. It's there at the, United Customer Service Desk. And I got stuck here last summer. I was flying Southern Airways Express, and they canceled my flight in the middle of a snowstorm. So I was stuck in Chicago for a while. And I thought, well, if I'm going to be stuck at this airport for 48 hours, I might as well just sleep under the Brachiosaur. And then thankfully I was able to get some other transportation. Ios and Lordy actually rescued me from this situation. They drove all the way down from Michigan to pick me up. But, yeah. If you're ever in Chicago O'Hare Airport, stop by the United Customer Service Desk. There's a full-size Brachiosaurus skeleton there, some 40 feet tall. Pretty impressive. Yeah. But yeah. Pretty cool. by the way, the same Brachiosaurus that we saw at Dinoland back in September. I know we went over this recently, but I'll show you again real quick. That's this same one right there.
Anywhere in the world. That's pretty stellar. And it makes a kind of a wonderful...
And Dr. Hubbs, you're thinking of Barnum Brown. Barnum Brown was the guy whose bucket we may have found. He was the guy who was working in Wyoming.
I love this detail as well. The Olden Gate Bridge. This fossil gateway is composed of the giant bones of a Brachiosaurus. It's Brachiosaurus altathorax, the original North American Brachiosaurus. None of this Giraffatitan stuff. It's real Brachiosaurus there.
So yeah, what a lot of people might not recognize is that when they think of Brachiosaurus, they're often thinking of a different dinosaur. Here, I'll show you a clip. If YouTube will load this. Here we go. This is a pretty neat video. I think I've shown it before. Let's take a look.
So, you want to create living dinosaurs using preserved DNA and frog genes to fill in the gaps? Well, they won't be 100% accurate. But how do the 1993 Jurassic Park dinosaurs compare to the latest science? Let's find out now. Animated. Jurassic Park's Brachiosaurus has its signature head hump with added nostrils, an S-shaped 30-foot neck, and trunk-shaped legs. The real Brachiosaurus had a thicker neck, a longer body, and more unique feet. Their head hump was less steep, and their nostrils were closer to their mouth. It's also possible...
And that's actually disputed, that last part about the nostrils...
The hump was less steep, and their nostrils were...
The nostrils being closer to the end of their snout? I've heard some sauropod experts kind of dispute this nowadays. Their nares, their bony nostril, like the opening for their nose in their skull, is definitely up here. But Larry Whitmer, who studies dinosaur soft tissue and tries to reconstruct that, he dissects a lot of modern animals. Here, so I can find you. We're incepting ourselves pretty deep here, but that's okay. That's what these live streams are all about, right? Here we go. Yeah, here, take a look at this. Here is Jane, the T-Rex skull. So by scanning some of these bones digitally, you can reconstruct them in the computer. Throw an eye in right there. And then you can overlay soft tissue onto it. It could be really difficult to try and figure out, what's going on with an animal like this when you just have a pile of bones, basically. But, here, this should be a nice intro to that concept. From The Ohio University.
So our lab is really interested in the evolution of the structure
Thank
of
you, Tyodan.
animals with backbones.
Welcome to
Particularly,
Paleontologizing.
We're interested in the structure of dinosaurs and their modern-day relatives, which includes birds as well as crocodilians and lizards and things like that. We're really interested in how animals work and really how that evolves over time. And so we'll often use everything...
So this is that concept that it's like one of the most basic principles in all of paleontology. The present can be a key to the past. If you want to figure out how extinct animals lived and behaved and what their soft tissues looked like, well, you better learn about our modern animals to see how they tick. What makes them work? And then you can apply a lot of those lessons to extinct critters. Does that make sense? Let's check on our 3D printer real quick. Okay, we're looking good. Let's get back to this.
Ranging from the latest in medical imaging, CT scanning, MRI, to very fundamental and traditional anatomical techniques such as dissection. Really what we're trying to do is to understand what are the soft tissues that actually clothe and animate these skeletons, actually give them their biology. And along the way, what we do is we wind up learning a lot about their modern day relatives, how modern animals work, as well as their ancestors. Here in our lab, we ask a lot of different questions, and the reality is that
great video.
I certainly
This is
can't
lovely.
do all of this myself. And so in our lab, we've set up lots of different kinds of projects that involve students at a lot of different levels. One of the exciting things about Ohio University is we can engage lots of students to get involved in research, and we can involve those students in the
That's
detail.
funny. I have a lot of these same skulls in my office, and I'm currently working on a bunch. There's a diatrima, aka Gastornis skull right there. Here, let me go get that. This is a work in progress. I was working on it yesterday, smoothing and filling in the gaps there, but that's the same critter right there. Yeah, I'm trying to put it at the same angle. Kind of tricky. But yeah. Yeah, big old flightless bird from the ESC.
Details of the research. So we have lots of undergraduates that come into our lab, and they get involved in various ways. The grad students will develop some of their own questions, and their doctoral dissertations will be tackling.
There's Majungasaurus too. I've got the same one. Holy cow. Right there. I would have painted many of these this morning, but it was it's pretty rainy here in the Bay Area, so I couldn't really go outside and spray paint these. But there's our Majungasaurus, just like right there.
Tackling large problems of their own, and they can draw on the resources that we have in our lab. Funding these many projects, these highly collaborative projects, involves lots of different funding agencies. My major funding comes from the National Science Foundation, who's been very interested in our research, because it's really quite different, in that it really is sort of bridging the path.
The purchase skull of one of the flying reptiles. It's really tricky, little pink pony, because most of those are pterosaurs tend to have very thick, thin bones. Their skulls tend to get compressed. I do have files for an Anhanguera skeleton, but they're it's not really a big priority right now. Here, let me pull that up for you, and you can see. And yes, convert to inches. There we go. This is not a very high quality print, but yeah, I could print an Anhanguera if I wanted to. It's just not a very big file. If I were to make it life size, it'd be about like that, I think, which I'd have to cut that into a lot of pieces to be able to get to fit on the print bed, and then be able to 3D print it. So yeah, hope you can get to that. It's so cool. We'll see, you know? No guarantees. I don't work on pterosaurs, and so it's not like a research priority for me. But, you know, we'll see. If anybody wants to help make that possible, it's going to require a lot of filament. And we've got a lot of 3D printer filament on the wish list here. Along with other things to help with 3D printing. Like this 3D print smoothing compound. Glue like this. Did this go out of stock? Shoot. But yeah, anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, back to Larry Whitmer and his work on soft tissue in dinosaurs and other critters.
Past in the present. But we do lots of and very interested in our research, because it's really quite different in that it really is sort of bridging the past and the present. But we do lots of outreach to the public and to the broader scientific community. A good question somebody may ask by looking at all of this is, why do we really need to know about dinosaurs? But we can really use dinosaurs as a vehicle to talk to the public about broader interests in science. You can use it.
And also, dinosaurs are just inherently fascinating. They're a huge part of the history of life on Earth. They influenced our own evolution as mammals. And they existed on our planet for close to 180 million years before disappearing suddenly. If we want to figure out how to prevent our own extinction, well, first you got to understand what caused the extinction of some of these like heavy hitters that came before us, you know? So yeah. Learning from the past? Nah, says Crowscape. Yeah, dinosaurs are really important to study. They really, really are. But I'll be honest, the reason why most of us dinosaur paleontologists study dinosaurs is not necessarily because we think that it's super important. It is important, but that's not why we study these things. We study these things because we find them intensely interesting, because we can't keep ourselves away from them, you know? That's why. Anywho, Little Pink Pony says dinosaurs are a gateway to science for kids who would not, who you not want to know about them. Sure. Yeah, dinosaurs are a gateway into science. Absolutely. For sure.
To talk to the public about broader interests in science. You can use it to talk about engineering.
And there you go, Alexander Morrison. Yeah, alligator scan skulls. Here you go.
And physiology, volumetric airflow. And so in a sense, dinosaurs form this very sort of palatable, familiar group, but then we can sort of use the dinosaurs as a means of talking about more sophisticated scientific questions.
Good stuff. Yeah. Here's a link to that video right there. And, find you another real quick one. Just talking about that idea of like reconstructing soft tissue. Anything about nostrils? I haven't actually looked at any of Larry Whitmer's stuff really before. Endocasts. Turkey brain endocasts. Let's take a look at this one with Emily.
I'm Emily Caggiano, and welcome to another episode of Dissecting with Emily. And in our last episode, we were at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, looking at the mounted specimen
where Matt LaManna works.
Tyrannosaurus Rex holotype. The holotype, again, being the original or name-bearing specimen of the species. But our overall goal was to actually bring home the 8 original bones and bring them back here to Ohio University for CT scanning.
Wow, shoot. So they brought the holotype specimen of Tyrannosaurus Rex, the original name-bearing bones of T-Rex from New York, or excuse me, from Pittsburgh. They originally New York, then got moved to Pittsburgh during World War II. They brought them to Ohio for CT scanning.
And what we wanted to do for you today is show you.
She's a cancer researcher now. Interesting, Deathsaurus. Cool.
That we have,
cool.
Which is from the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
Great. Okay, let's start with the mandible.
Yeah, the denery is fun. Well,
the left mandible of the New York specimen, and we have the left.
The New York specimen is AMNH 5020. Why is the name escaping me right now? This is the famous AMNH fit. Is it 5024? I'm having a total brain fart right now. 5027. There we go. 5027 is that famous Tyrannosaurus specimen. This is the same one that the Jurassic Park logo is based on. So you might say this is the most famous dinosaur skeleton in the world, and you wouldn't be totally off base.
Left dennary and the left syringular of the holotype specimen.
Hey, can I just get a
see the
picture? Living dinosaur.
Mateus Shipper, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Sit here, which is more rostral in the jaw, and then the syringular would sit here, more caudally in the jaw. And so that would be how kind of
caudally means toward the tail,
situated
further back.
In the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And if you actually come over here and look at the right dennary, what we're
That's the original fossil bone there.
Part is that it has really high bone quality, and the bone was just preserved really well.
So that's the original T-Rex lower jaw right there.
All right, let's swap positions here, Emily.
I love how unproduced this is. They're just doing it all in one take.
And we're really thrilled to be able to show you these beautiful skull bones. So this bone right here is the left maxilla, the upper jaw. You can see how beautifully preserved the teeth are. Really, all of the bone is really nice.
Welcome, I'm sad, yeah. Yeah.
Its equivalent position in this complete skull, AMNH 5027, is going to be this bone right here. So here are the teeth. This part coming up here is going to be equivalent to this part in this area right here. We're also really excited to have these two bones. These are the lacrimals. The lacrimals are tiny little bones on the inside of the eye of humans, but in T-Rex and other theropod dinosaurs,
it's a big pronounced
an
bone.
Enormous pillar.
And it often has like a big display structure on it too. So like Allosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, these critters often have like big lacrimal crests, or sometimes they get called horns or hornlets. But this is like the big bump, you know. Here, lacrimal horn, Allosaurus. Yeah, those big crests over the eyes are formed by the protrusions of the lacrimals, right there. There's it's pretty pronounced. Oh man, is that from a Jurassic World movie? No wonder it looks lousy. Yeah. Anyway, that's this bone right here.
Here's the left lacrimal right here, and I'll sort of try to put it in place here, just generally, because I don't want the bones to touch. But you can sort of see how this would sit in place relative to the maxilla. If I pull it over here, I can put it in place.
And George Vanette says, is it okay to touch the bones without gloves? Absolutely. Yeah. Shoot. Here, I'll show you a clip. Welcome, George Vanette. Welcome to Paleontologizing. This is going to kind of contradict my point, but also reinforce it at the same time. Let's see here. Scrolling. Trying to find that particular clip. There we go.
And while some of her critics have been swayed, the controversy still rages, and the stakes are high. If blood vessels can survive 80 million years, what about DNA? Jack Horner is looking.
No DNA yet.
Crews are now wearing surgical gloves, unheard of in the
We don't
world
normally
of
do this. There's Liz there.
where no one
Liz named Probrachylophosaurus, we talked about earlier in the stream. So,
wearing surgical
I think that's
gloves,
Holly Woodward in front. But there's Liz right there.
in the world of paleontology, where
Yeah, so we don't normally use gloves at all like this. They're kind of doing this for the cameras in this 60 minutes piece, but we don't normally use gloves when we're handling fossils.
crews are now wearing surgical gloves, unheard of in the world of paleontology.
It is unheard of.
Where no one used to worry about getting skin cells, sweat, even an occasional spilled beer on fossils. Jack
There's my old boss right there. These things have been lying in the ground for tens of millions of years. They've got untold numbers of sources of contamination and stuff going on in them that, like... It's not the oil from your hands that you've got to worry about on fossils. If these things are sitting in a collections like that, if they're sitting in a museum, they've already been preserved with glue, they've had rock cleaned off of them, they're pretty stable, but they might be fragile. So the kind of damage that we're worried about when it comes to fossil bones is not oil from our fingers. It's don't drop the thing. Don't handle it roughly. Don't accidentally snap it. Sometimes don't let it sit on top of a hard table by itself without support. We often want to lay these things down in a mini sandbox so that you have the sand supporting it and contouring to the weird shape of the bone and stuff like that, so it doesn't snap under its own weight. That's kind of more the thing that we're concerned about. Anyway, George Vinay, it is great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for asking a good question. Occasional spilled beer? Yeah, Petrodactylus, it happens. Yeah, they know me so well, says Ken, yeah. But yeah. And StatsBloke says librarians often don't use gloves anymore because of the high risk of tearing the document when wearing them. Yeah. You've got less tactile sense when you're wearing gloves. And also gloves tend to be more grippy than human skin in a lot of ways, so yeah. A good hand washing beforehand is sometimes all you need if you're handling like a rare book. A first edition, an old book, something like that. For fossils, it's like, you know, just be gentle. Be as gentle as you can be. Yeah. X-Red says, are there any trusted sites for buying fossils? Not really. No. Anytime you're buying fossils, you run the risk of buying something illegal that'll be seized by the Department of Homeland Security, especially if it's like a dinosaur fossil. Or, yeah, I don't know. The more common the fossil is, if it's like an ammonite or a trilobite or one of these Green River Formation fishes, like I have here. Here's a 50+ million-year-old fish. Actual fossil right here. This is super, super common. There's hundreds of thousands of these in existence. This particular genus here, Diplomystus. There's so many of them that museums don't need anymore, honestly. Like, yeah. But if it's like a dinosaur fossil, do not try and buy that stuff. It's asking for trouble. Dinosaur fossils tend to be much more rare, and as a result, more scientifically important. And you don't want to end up like Nicolas Cage, who purchased a Tyrannosaur skull at auction, and then it was seized by the Department of Homeland Security because it turns out it was stolen from Mongolia. So yeah, yeah, here's a link. Does the same go for dinosaur teeth specifically? I mean, it definitely can, Petrodactylus, yeah. Generally, any dinosaur fossil, it's not a great idea to try and purchase that sort of thing, you know? Yeah. And I have a Spinosaur tooth and a Carcharodontosaur tooth. Are those common? Feeling guilty? I mean, they're not the rarest of fossils, certainly, but a lot of those things are smuggled illegally out of Morocco. Like, they would probably be considered contraband, I imagine. Yeah. Morocco, I think, does have laws protecting all of their fossils, all of their vertebrate fossils, but I don't think they're just very well enforced, so yeah. And Devolve says, are there fossils that are illegal to own even if they come from your own land? It depends what country you're in, Devolved. Here, I'll show you a clip from
you're given a bone.
There we go. This is when I appeared on GB News a couple of years ago in the UK with Michael Portillo there.
Welcome back. In the world of dinosaur bones, something is out of joint. A skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex named Shen was due to be auctioned with appropriate hype in Hong Kong this coming week. Expected to fetch more than £20 million, Shen was abruptly withdrawn from sale by auction house Christie's when doubts emerged over the provenance of parts of the skeleton.
Yeah.
The plot thickens as it appears that some of Shen may be replicated from the bones of another T-Rex called Stan.
Say it again, Sam.
This
there you go.
Jurassic whodunit has serious implications. Globally, millions are made illegally trading bones and fossils, which are diverted from scientists who could study them. David Waterhouse is the Senior Curator of Natural History and Geology at Norfolk Museum and joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Yeah, nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch.
What the heck is that? Who ever heard of Twitch? What is that? Goodness. Anyway, so we talk about this for a while, and then I think it's about here.
And it's a little bit, think of it like the countryside code. There are certain things, you shouldn't be digging into.
And there you go, Dinosaurs, yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. We've got sites of special scientific interest where you need planning permission to dig in there. But it's also then about sharing your finds. Take it to the local museum. They're not going to take it off you. They might take it for a while to study, and then you get it back.
This is in the UK that he's talking about.
Doing it.
Let me just go back to Danny for a moment. Danny, in the United States, do you have a proper legal environment to protect these bones and fossils?
There we go.
It's a little bit complicated here in the United States. Unfortunately, if a fossil is found on private land, unfortunately from the perspective of paleontologists, then it's the property of the landowner, and they can do with it what they please. They could donate to a museum, or they could give it to their dog to chew on. Regardless of the scientific importance of whatever, the find might be, ultimately it belongs to the landowner. If it's from private land, if it's from public land, the sorts of lands that I work with, Bureau of Land Management land, state lands, then it belongs to the people of the United States, and it needs to be held in the public trust, held in perpetuity so that scientists can study it and the public can enjoy it. And that's what paleontologists like us think should happen for every scientifically important fossil. They're a benefit to all of humanity. They're part of our collective natural heritage. They belong in a museum.
Danny Anduza and Professor David Waterhouse, happy digging to you both. Thank you.
Anyway, good stuff. I'll give you a link to that. But
you're feeling a bit cheated,
that kind of sums it up.
The dinosaurs.
Thank you, the Raven.
That belongs in a museum.
Yes, indeed, the Raven. Yeah, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, in the U.S., on public land, on public land, the fossils belong to the public. They need to be excavated by paleontologists. They belong in a museum. On private land, anything goes, The almighty dollar rules on private land. Like many aspects of life in the United States. Anyway, yeah. X-Red says, thank you for the explanation. Imitations we'll have to do, and imitations can be wonderful. Shoot, I've got a Dilophosaurus right here. So many different 3D printed dinosaur skulls and stuff. I'm working on printing I mislabeled this too. It's not Falcarius. That's a Nothronicus thigh bone there that I'm 3D printing. But 3D prints can be wonderful. As display pieces, they don't cost nearly as much to insure. They're not nearly as delicate. They're far lighter weight. This is a Camarasaurus skull that I have right here. Yeah. So I do a ton of 3D printing, and it suits my purposes beautifully for science outreach and display, and pretty soon it looks like I'm going to be helping a museum create a new dinosaur exhibit, and I'm going to be producing the display items myself via 3D printing. Oh yeah, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. As for amber, there are some reputable sources of amber, but you got to be careful. I actually have a piece of amber right here that Belint from Science Streams gave me. There's little inclusions in here. It looks like little insects preserved in this. I think this is about 30 million years old. It's like a Oligocene amber, if I remember correctly. But, yeah. A lot of us as paleontologists refuse to work on amber, even if it has really scientifically important fossil specimens in it. Insects or even vertebrates. Yeah. Here we go. Some paleontologists... Oh, goodness. New York Times. Give me a second here. Let's see if I can open that in Firefox instead. Here we go. Oh, Firefox too? Shoot. Anyway, some paleontologists seek halt to Myanmar amber fossil research because in that country, Myanmar, formerly known as Burma, amber mining is like a major source of revenue, and that was being used to fund the genocide of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar. So like the majority Buddhist population was seeking to ethnically cleanse Muslims in that country, the Rohingya people, and they were using the sale of amber, including amber with insects or even vertebrate fossils inside, in order to get money for funding this genocidal effort. That's not fun to talk about. This is not something that I relish speaking about at all, but it's something that we have to talk about. We've got a moral responsibility as scientists to not be funding genocide, you know? So, yeah. Let me see if I can find you a reference to this. Here we go. From the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, SVP sends letter to paleontological community on Myanmar amber. This is June of 2021. There you go. Yeah. Rhacodactylus says ethics in science is important. Agreed, 1,000,000%. Yes. And it's important to dispel the myth that science is somehow value-free. No, science has value, and it must be guided by good values. Agreed. Agreed entirely, Rhacodactylus, yes. So... yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, thank you for talking about this. You bet, Wolvulus. Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah. Anyhow. With that having been said, we're veering all over the place here. We were talking about brachiosaurs, and we got distracted. Let's talk about something else here. Let's talk about some of these remarkable fossils to come out of China, from the Yixian Formation. We've got so many remarkable dinosaurs from here. Some of them I've actually studied before. Sinosauropteryx is one of these. Marcy Walks Dogs, thank you for the 100 bits.
Heck yeah, science.
Heck yeah, science. Thank you for making that family-friendly, Marcy Walk Dogs. I appreciate that. I appreciate the 100 bits. The Yixian Formation, early Cretaceous of China, is home to some of the most remarkable early Cretaceous fossils in the world, and that's where Sinosauropteryx is from, right here. This critter, little Sinosauropteryx. I'll be painting this guy soon. It is so well preserved that coloration on the feathers is discernible. Just incredible. Multiple specimens of this animal have preserved feathers on them, and even soft tissues like in the guts and stuff. But color cells found in the feathers allow us to determine the coloration of this critter. So we know that it had orange and white stripes running down its tail. The dinosaurs were only part of the story too in the Ischian Formation. You've got soft tissue preserved in birds, feathers, and even internal organs. You've got various lizards and fishes and all kinds of insects, other invertebrates, all kinds of amazing critters. And there's an idea here that the remarkable preservation of... Oh, this is PaleoStream's art. Brilliant. There's shout out to PaleoStream, who's also here on Twitch. But there's this idea that the remarkable preservation that we see in a lot of these dinosaurs is because they lived in this environment with a lot of lakes. And when you would have volcanic eruptions, critters would get killed by volcanic gases, and then the fine ash particles that would descend from these volcanoes, from these eruptions, would help preserve all of these detailed soft tissues, internal organs, feathers, skin, etc. But now, there's a new idea that's kind of challenging this. And, well, let's have ourselves a listen here. Yeah, this is from Illinois Public Media here. NPR Shortwave Science. Let's have ourselves a listen.
Fossils over the year.
Here, let's refresh that and start from the beginning.
In Northeast China, there's a place that's offered up a treasure trove of exquisite dinosaur fossils over the years. The prevailing theory says they were
And here, maybe I'll find you a picture of or maybe even a quick video of this first.
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like.
Oscar Juniors, thank you for the 17 months of support. I really appreciate that. And holy cow, Paleopathologist, thank you for the tier 1 sub right there too. I'm sorry, there's something going on with our alerts, but thank you for subscribing, Paleopathologist. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I saw that you followed earlier, right?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Moose, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that tremendously. Here we go. Here's a video that'll kind of help set the stage for what we're about to talk about. And I think it even features Jingmei O'Connor, whom I met at SVP. Thank you, Marcy Walks Dogs.
Higgity, heck yeah.
Thank you for the ongoing support, Marcy Walks Dogs. 5 months. Appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Take a look at this.
Bird fossils are extremely rare because bird bones are so delicate. But here in...
I'm going to see if we can bring her on for an interview because she offered that up at SVP when I met her. She's like, yeah, we should do an interview sometime because I think she knows that I stream.
Northeastern China.
Anyway, Jingmei's great.
130 million years ago.
Paleopathologist, it's great to have you here.
A combination of circumstances created the perfect conditions for their preservation.
If you were able to come back here 131 to 120 million years ago and looked out, you would have seen lakes as far as the eye could see.
I'll be right back. Hang on.
Volcanoes going off around them, and a forested environment growing by the shores of these lakes. And this forest would have been teeming with small feathered dinosaurs.
As those small feathered dinosaurs died and fell or were washed into lakes, they were quickly buried in layers of volcanic ash. The result? An extraordinary record of Cretaceous bird dinosaurs, perfectly preserved in stone. There was Caudipteryx, a small feathered dinosaur that had wings but couldn't fly. Living alongside it were creatures that flew but still had many dinosaur characteristics: teeth, long tails, and claws on their wings. And there were creatures like Confuciusornis, almost identical to modern birds. The feathered dinosaurs of Liaoning are a reminder that evolution does not move in a straight line.
There's a common perception that evolution proceeds in a very linear fashion. So you have a little dinosaur that somehow decides, quote unquote, to become a bird. But actually, the many bird features.
I was sitting behind Hans-Dieter Sues at several different talks during SVP a couple weeks ago.
Were gradually acquired. There were a lot of dead ends in this evolutionary process.
The Liaoning fossils show that wings and feathers evolved separately, and for reasons that have nothing to do with flight.
This is something we'll be talking about extensively throughout the rest of the month, too, so I'm really glad that we're kind of starting off with this. November, of course, holds Thanksgiving here in the United States, and on Thanksgiving, a lot of people eat turkey. Turkeys are birds, and birds, of course, are living dinosaurs. Thank you, Jody Fish, for pulling up that infographic there. Beautiful. This is something that I put together a couple years back. A little infographic that you can print out, download, share with your friends and family. We'll be talking all about the dinosaur bird link. The similarities shared between the skeleton of a velociraptor and a turkey. Oh, wait. Did I get those mixed up? They're so very similar. They legitimately are. I'm not kidding. Yeah. This is going to be a big theme, especially in the latter part of November. So, I'm excited. Anyway, we'll be talking more about that later, so stay tuned. But, yeah.
It was only after millions of years that these things came together to make the creature we call a bird.
Yes, indeed.
In fact, what we've learned from this huge diversity of fossils is that these features that we associate with modern birds actually evolved multiple times.
The Liaoning fossils opened a window on the profusion of feathered dinosaurs that populated the whole world many millions of years ago.
Good stuff. Anyway. These feathered dinosaurs are often remarkably well preserved. And, it's long been thought that this, not just the feathered dinosaurs, but other dinosaurs in Liaoning likely died in almost a Pompeii-like scenario. But, now we have pushback about that idea. Let's have a listen before we take a look at the article here. And I'll show you some photos in the meantime.
They were preserved suddenly by volcanic.
Here we go. Control F5. Let's refresh with the cache there.
Activity, but science reporter.
No, come on. Here.
Reporter Ari Daniel.
Whoop. How do we restart from the beginning here? Refreshing the page doesn't seem to do it. Control F5. That should do it. Not resume listening.
Reporter Ari Daniel says new research suggests in northeast China, there's a place that's offered up a treasure trove of exquisite dinosaur fossils over the years. The prevailing theory says they were preserved suddenly by volcanic activity, but science reporter Ari Daniel says new research suggests an alternative explanation, one that is much less catastrophic.
A few hundred miles northeast of Beijing is a geological formation dating back to the early Cretaceous.
It's produced the majority of the spectacular feathered dinosaurs of China.
These flattened fossils are incredibly well preserved, says Paul Olson, an earth scientist at Columbia University. There's also a whole suite of 3D fossils.
They're astoundingly complete down to the very, very last bone, and they're often in positions that look like they were just frozen in an instant.
Olson says it's this appearance, combined with the deposits being rich in volcanic ash, that's led many researchers to conclude
critters like this.
The animals were catastrophically entombed by either volcanic mud flows or killed by volcanic ash or some sort of major catastrophe.
But Olson had his suspicions. He reflected on the people who died in Pompeii when Mount Vesuvius erupted and quickly buried the city.
They are in really contorted positions that tell you they were in extreme discomfort when they died.
But many of the dinosaur fossils unearthed in this part of China look like they're sleeping peacefully. No visible signs of discomfort from fiery volcanic activity. Paleontologists have also found clutches of baby dinosaurs clustered together.
How would those animals ever stay together if they were enveloped in a massive flowing mass of material? It's not a mystery what happens to organisms when they get caught up in these things. They get ripped to shreds.
Olson and his colleagues studied 2 of those 3D dinosaur fossils. They compared the sediments inside and outside the skeletons.
The sediment inside the animal in both dinosaurs was much finer grained than the sediment outside of it.
Which indicated to Olson that the animals were buried with their skin and muscles still intact. So he suggests an alternative explanation for how these dinosaurs may have died. Their burrows, he says, suddenly collapsed, suffocating them.
Maybe some of them collapsed because a big sauropod dinosaur walked by. Maybe the waterlogged mud simply collapsed.
Olson argues that other animals were likely entombed in sediments at the bottom of a series of deep lakes. No volcanic activity required there either, all taking place over tens of thousands of years. This research is published in the journal PNAS. But paleontologist Baoyu Jiang finds the results unconvincing and speculative.
The paper is good, but they only analyzed 2 dinosaur fossils.
They only looked at two fossils.
The fossil in the lake.
Jiang is at Nanjing University in China.
Sometimes you find fossil in normal sediment like they found, but most of the time the feathered dinosaur, they were preserved closely associated with volcanic acids. There are many kinds of possibilities.
For Paul Olson, the takeaway is straightforward, that researchers should be careful to invoke a catastrophic explanation when a simple, more mundane one may well suffice.
In no way does this diminish these fantastic fossils. In fact, for me, it makes them even more marvelous that we get this deep view of diversity so many millions of years ago.
A view made visible by something perhaps rather ordinary. For
cool
NPR
stuff.
News, I'm Ari Daniel.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the article here, but that pretty much sums it up. For very viewers who watch very closely, we were talking about a case like this last week, about a remarkable fossil, and people ask, how could it have been preserved? And I said, well, I can't really talk about a new idea about that until it's published. Well, I'll just leave it at that and let you connect the dots there. But yeah. These remarkable fossils, these Psittacosaurus right here, they really do look like the results of a burrow collapse. And I suspect that a lot of these dinosaurs like that, preserved in perfect articulation like this, very well might be the results of burrow collapses. We do have evidence of burrowing in other kinds of dinosaurs. Things like Eryctodromius, things like Photna, who was just described this year. Burrowing in dinosaurs might be a lot more common than you might expect. So yeah, that's all I'll say about that for right now.
Under a history's most
Luke and Leo, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But burrowing Psittacosaurus, cute. Could very well be. Charlie's Dragon could very well be. Yeah. There's some of those outcrops right there. The Nanjing Institute of Geology and Paleontology team at a site where many three-dimensional dinosaur fossils have been excavated. So I like this pushback against the kind of Pompeii idea. Yeah. Interesting stuff. A lot of these animals very well may have dug burrows, and there might be some papers coming out about some other dinosaurs potentially doing this kind of thing. But burrowing is one of those activities that is far more widespread even among modern animals than you probably realize. There's an excellent book about this by Anthony Martin. And shoot, are there no videos about this? Gosh darn it. We need to bring him on as an interviewee pretty soon. But, here, take a look at this.
This program is brought to you by Emory University.
Hello, this is Tony Martin of Emory University.
Yeah.
I am in Victoria, Australia, at Knowledge Creek, where I'm looking at some of the Cretaceous rocks.
Great name for a creek.
And I'm very happy to be here, see these beautiful rocks, look at the great variety of trace fossils here, and start to get some
Hey, Kodashibi, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
Fossils may have related to polar environments in Australia 110 million years ago. I'm looking at some.
So Tony Martin is a specialist in ichnology. He's what we call a paleoichnologist. Ichnology, I-C-H-N-O-L-O-G-Y. This is the study of traces, footprints, burrows, bite marks, and eggs and nests and things like that. Scrape marks, any like trace that an organism leaves on an ecosystem. Things that animals do during their lifetimes that leave a record in the rocks. That's what ichnologists, paleoichnologists like Tony Martin study. Here, I'll jump back from this for a second, and let me find you another video with him. Tony Martin, ichnology. Here he is talking about that right there. I think this is at a previous SVP.
Hi, I'm Anthony Martin from Emory University. I'm an ichnologist, someone who studies tracks, traces, burrows, nests, and all of this indirect evidence that animals have left. When I go along the Georgia coast on the Georgia Islands, I'm looking at modern analogs for what might preserve in the fossil record. What's great about traces is that they tell you about behavior, about how animals behaved in the past as well as how they're behaving today. So through connecting those modern analogs with the past, we're better able to interpret how behavior changed through time. One of my favorite studies recently I did was of these tracks from Australia, fossil bird tracks, about
I think that's the same ones we might look at.
One of the tracks shows this beautiful claw mark from the foot as it came in for a landing. I see exactly the same kind of tracks on the Georgia coast from whenever a great egret or a great blue heron or some of these other large birds come in, flapping in, and making that kind of a landing.
So you can find fossils that are 105 million years old from these Cretaceous period birds, or you can find tracks from birds that were left 20 minutes ago on the beach down in coastal Georgia. It's a beautiful illustration of this idea that, like we talked about earlier, the present can be a key to the past. It's so cool.
It was a perfect analog, having that modern track analog and then comparing it to what I saw in the fossil record. It was like seeing an old friend. How I got involved in it is my friend and colleague David Verricchio at Montana State University.
who's my undergrad advisor, Dave Baricchio. Yeah.
University asked me to come and look at the structure that was associated with the dinosaur that he and Yoshi Katsura had found in Montana in Cretaceous rocks about...
Yoshi Katsura was the one who discovered Yoshi's trike, that Triceratops that I helped dig up back in 2011. That's this specimen right here. Yeah, there's me circa 2013 and a cast skull of Yoshi's trike. Largest horns of any Triceratops ever found. There's some jacket art that I did on one of the vertebral jackets. Yeah. Yoshi Katsura discovered that, so small world.
Yoshi Katsura had found in Montana in Cretaceous rocks about 95 million years old. I went out there with him to investigate this mysterious structure, and we concluded that it was a burrow. There was a sand-filled tube that led down to a chamber that contained the skeleton of the dinosaur, Eryctodromeus cubicularis. We got to name it. That was a pretty cool thing.
Yep.
And it had two juveniles, partially grown juveniles in the burrow too.
So this is Eryctodromeus. We now know as a burrowing dinosaur. And it's now the state fossil of Idaho. There's a shot of the excavation of the little site with the burrows there. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Really, really neat animal. And yeah. Anthony Martin was involved with that.
This was a great combination of trace fossil and body fossil evidence that, along with the anatomical evidence on the skeleton of the adult, showed us that it was a digger, it was in its burrow, and it had juveniles in the burrow. That's like Christmas on a holiday on your birthday. It just doesn't get much better than that.
Yep.
I like to tell my students whenever we're in the field that they need to switch on their ichnovision. Ichnovision is where you have to start looking for traces, and once you start seeing them, you realize they're everywhere. Developing these search images is something that vertebrate paleontologists often do with bone. For me, it's more about traces. What are some of these small jots and tittles that an animal might have left, as well as large tracks, burrows, or any other sign that they might have left for us to investigate.
Pretty cool stuff. Here's a link to this video right here. Yeah. And it then did. That's funny. He reminds me of shoot, never mind. I'm not gonna be able to find that quote. But here I can find one of my favorite stops at the big pre-conference field trip last year before the Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems meeting. Was this. Let me find that for you. Tony Martin was on that field trip, and there was one particular spot where we stopped, where we were talking all about burrows, and it was along these sand dunes. Sand dunes like this on the side of the road in Utah. Here's Papa Jim right there, Jim Kirkland. Kind of explaining how these sand dunes really remind him of the environment that you see in the Gobi Desert in Mongolia. The Zhujakta and, to a certain extent, the Namek formations, where you got Velociraptor, Protoceratops, Dinochirus, Tarbosaurus, etc. And Tony Martin was there. He was the star of the show here. He was walking around and just pointing out all of these different tracks in the sand. It's like, those are beetle tracks, those are centipede tracks, these are mouse tracks, those are vole tracks. Look how they're different. These are kangaroo rat tracks. And here's all of these different burrows here, too. The sort of thing that you would never think to look for if you didn't have an ichnologist with you at the time. So, right there, this is lizard tracks right there. You see the tail drag of the lizard? And he's taking a photo of this next to the scale bar. And I think the lizard might actually be hiding out right there. But, yeah. This was a ton of fun. Just looking at the different tracks laid by different organisms. You could watch these beetles and katydids and grasshoppers and other critters walk by, and you could look at the shapes of the tracks that they're leaving there in the sand. It was magical. This was one of my favorite stops. It was really, really cool. So, yeah, big kudos to Tony Martin. Super neat stuff. Super, super neat stuff. Yeah, take a look at this.
Enigmatic structures that are in the Otway group exposed here. This is possibly a tetrapod burrow of some sort.
Tetrapods are animals with backbones that live on land.
It has kind of an oblong ending
mammals
to it,
and reptiles and
a
amphibians.
tunnel-like beginning. A similar structure is above it, filled just with sand, and having also somewhat of a spiraled shape. As we go over to the right, we can see that there is yet
burrow
a
that
third
confused
structure,
people for a while, like a big squirt,
which is similar but a little more collapsed, filled with the same sand that we
I'm
see
not
in the
sure.
structure.
There have been a number of structures like that that have been
It's possible that these
confusing,
three
for sure.
structures are related to one another, that they were formed at approximately the same time. My tentative identification of them is as tetrapod burrows that have been preserved in alluvial to fluvial sediments, and the only tetrapods that would have been large enough to make burrows like
dinosaurs
would have been small dinosaurs, of which there were many in the area. Small ornithopod dinosaurs, a few small theropods that could have burrowed as an adaptation for dealing with the polar winter in this part of Australia 110 million.
Lialanosaura, for instance. Cool stuff.
Here's program is copyrighted by Emory University. Please
here's a link to that right here. Very cool. Salamander says, I know the word fluvial, but what is alluvial? So alluvium is like an alluvial fan. That's when you get sediment deposited basically like at the base of the foothills on a floodplain or something like that. So alluvial fan. There's a beautiful example of an alluvial fan right there. Oop. Sorry, nudged the mouse. There you go. So you get sediment that kind of flows down out of higher areas like this and just goes in this big fan area like that. That's alluvium. It's just crud that washes down from higher up and spreads out. Fluvial means like waterborne, riverborne, streamborne sediments. So a fluvial environment is like a river environment, where you get sediment being laid down by a river. This is alluvial. It's like during a big rainstorm or something, you get this. In fact, maybe, I don't know, some of you might know this from your own lives, like, if you ever have like a bunch of dirt and crud in your driveway, and then you get really heavy rain, and then it just kind of goes, it's washed down during the rainstorm, and it just kind of fans out on the street. That's an alluvial fan. It's the same principle right there. Yeah. So yeah. Now, Pigeon Being says, lluvia, in Espanol, is rain. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. La lluvia is Spanish for the rain. Same root word. It comes from Latin. Yeah. And Dr. Hub says, hey, that's Death Valley. I show that image to my students as an example of an alluvial fan. Textbook example there. Yeah. So here's like a schematic drawn out like this. There's another one right there. Will it embiggen for us? We'll try this one. Yeah. Ephemeral streams, so that's streams during heavy rainfall, rush through the canyon carrying sediment. When these streams reach the valley, they slow down and spread out. Sediment is deposited in a fan-shaped landform. That's an alluvial fan. And so Tony was saying that those burrows are from either a fluvial or alluvial deposit. So either this was a river that overflowed its banks and filled up that burrow with sediment, or it's an alluvial fan that, like, during heavy rainfall or water rushing down from the mountains, it was deposited in, like, an alluvial fan like that. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. It's different from a river delta, Lokiaki, because a river delta would be fluvial. That would be deposited by a river. But it's the same kind of idea, I guess, in a sense, where, like, the water is coming down and then it slows as it reaches the lowlands and it spreads. So same kind of idea. But if it's tied in with the river, then that's a fluvial environment. This is on dry land. An alluvial fan is on dry land. It's just during certain times of the year, that dry land might have water running over it. Might not be so dry during certain times of the year. I wonder if we can find a good video about this. Yeah, let's take a look at this.
Welcome to Geographic Definitions. Today we'll be defining alluvial fans. Alluvial fans refer to the deposits of alluvium in a triangular or fan-like shape, typically at the base of mountains.
There we go. Mountains or hills.
The first question we should answer is, what is alluvium?
It's just all the crud that comes
alluvium
down.
Is the loose clay, silt, sand, or gravel deposited by running water.
Yeah.
In this animation, you can see various sediments flowing through this river. Eventually, the sediments will slow down and deposit.
Yep.
That deposited mixture is alluvium.
There you go.
Here is a photo of alluvium freshly deposited along a plain. Now that we know what alluvium is, we can explore alluvial fans. Alluvial fans occur whenever alluvium being moved through a narrow channel.
And StatsBloke, absolutely, yeah, StatsBloke says the hydrology is the same. Water carries sediment until it slows down and then drops it. Once it like doesn't have enough energy to like suspend the sediment in the water column, sediment gets deposited. Absolutely. Yeah.
Between two mountains suddenly opens into an open area. Without the mountains holding all that sediment in a confined channel between the valley, the alluvium suddenly deposits all of its sediment into a triangular or fan-shaped spread.
So there you go. So many of you who are watching right now, the next time that you're flying in a plane and looking down at the landscape, you'll be able to spot alluvial fans. They are sometimes plain as day from the air. Like, you get way up into the air and then you can just, bow, there it is. You can see it on the ground at the bases of mountains and hills and stuff. It's pretty darn cool how this works. And if you get really good at identifying them, you can identify them from the ground. You're like, yep, that right there, that's an alluvial fan, you know? Yeah, you know, you'll go like this. Yeah, just like that when you see an alluvial fan, you know? Good stuff.
That is an alluvial fan.
Yep.
Thus, alluvial fans refer to the deposits of alluvium in a triangular or fan-like shape, typically at the base of mountains.
There you go, Scoops, yeah.
Thank you for watching. Please support the channel by subscribing, leaving...
let's see if this is any good, too. Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Chad Keel with Learning Geology and Nature Reconnection. And today
cool.
we're learning about alluvial fans. What is an alluvial fan? And I'm going to tell you about some interesting data about this alluvial fan and the processes that created it, because it happens to be in my backyard. Let's go check it out.
Wow, that guy's got a big backyard.
So before we dive down the rabbit hole of alluvial fans, let's first take a second to talk about weathering and erosion, because those are two factors that are going to come into play again and again when we're talking about this alluvial fan. Right here around 6,500 feet into the mountains, and temperatures can vary from 20 degrees each day, causing the rocks
the Mojave Desert, Dr.
expand and contract. And this expanding and contracting is going to cause fracturing. Now, these fractures are susceptible for water to percolate down into the rock. And when the water freezes in the rock, we all know that ice has a larger volume than water. It again fractures out that rock, and these fractured blocks.
So he's saying that like everyone knows it. Not everyone knows that. Shoot. Think about it this way. If you take a glass mason jar, and you fill that baby with water, and you put it in the freezer, you fill it all the way up to the brim with water, you screw on that lid, you put it in the freezer, leave it in there overnight. When you come to get it in the morning, you'll have a broken jar. Because unlike most compounds, water is special in that when it freezes, it actually expands rather than contracting. And so it'll bust that jar, it'll break it. You get the same thing with freeze-thaw. If you get a rock that's got like a little bit of a crack in it, and then water gets down into it, and that water freezes overnight, it's going to bust that rock open even further. That's like freeze-thaw erosion right there.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Well spent indeed. Janine's Mess, thank you so much for the 15 months of support now at Tier 3. Really appreciate that, Janine's Mess. Thank you for your ongoing support. That means a lot to me. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And Mythundere says, hasn't everyone put a pop can, or aka soda can, in the freezer and it bulged out at the bottom? Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Demon Prince says, so glacier movement is also part of this. In a way, yeah. Yeah. So glaciers are a different kind of thing that's like a huge mass of ice that flows over a landscape. T-Rex Cat, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you, T-Rex Cat. Thanks for supporting science here on Twitch. But that's part of it, yeah. So you get a lot of freeze-thaw action around glaciers, for sure. Definitely, Demon Prince, yeah. Yeah. And Lokiaki says, you were likely explaining the difference, but an ad break popped up for me. Sorry about that. I'm saying is the main difference between alluvial fans and fan deltas is an alluvial doesn't open into the ocean. Yes, Lokiaki, yeah. An alluvial fan is on dry land.
Are deposited here in this active channel, and then we have the erosion factor that comes and transports it down mountain.
Look at
that's
that
the
triangle.
Beginning process of this whole alluvial fan story.
Yeah.
Alluvial fans are triangular-shaped deposits of water-transported material, often referred to as alluvium. They are examples of an unconsolidated sedimentary deposit and tend to be larger and more prominent in arid to semi-arid regions like we are today. These alluvial fans typically form in elevated or even mountainous regions where there's a rapid change in the slope from a high to a low gradient. The river or the stream carrying the sediment flows at a relatively high velocity due to the high slope angle, which is why coarse material is able to remain in the flow. When the slope decreases rapidly into a relatively planar area or plateau, the stream
flattens out suddenly.
It needs to move its sediment.
All that stuff falls out of.
Occurs, and the sediment ultimately spreads out, creating the alluvial fan.
It falls out of suspension. So, like, if water's flowing really fast, there's a lot of energy in it. It can, like, propel a lot of stuff along with it. It can hold, you know, cobbles and rocks and sometimes even boulders. If you've got a ton of water moving throughout a system like this, there's a lot of energy. It can move boulders. It can move cars. It can move whatever. But the more that slope decreases, the more the water starts to flow more and more gently, the less energy there is in that flow, and the less material it can hold in suspension there. And so different particles fall out. And that's basically what you have on an alluvial fan like this, is that, like, suddenly the terrain gets much more flat when you reach the base of the mountains, and there's just a lot less energy. The water's not flowing as fast because it's not going as steep downhill. So stuff falls out, and you get this nice alluvial fan.
Uses the energy it needs to move its
stats
sediment.
book, yeah. Shoot.
Deposition subsequently occurs, and the sediment ultimately spreads out, creating the alluvial fan.
Bingo.
As a stream's gradient decreases, it drops the coarse grained material.
There you go.
It makes swagger of the channel and forces it to change direction and gradually build up a slightly mounded or shallow conical fan shape. The sediment that results from the erosion in this elevated mountainous region right here ultimately flows into the primary streams in the region, where the streams act as a drainage system and carry the sediment to the alluvial plain, which is down below us. Once the sediment exits the feeder stream, the sediment is no longer confined to the channel walls. With this unconfinement, the sediment begins to fan out. The alluvial fan becomes wider with increasing distance from the mouth of the canyon. The biggest natural hazard on alluvial fans are floods and debris flows.
Yep.
Floods on alluvial fans are commonly
debris flows,
They occur with
mentioned by
little to
Dr.
no
Hubbs.
warning, usually have high velocities and sediment transportating capabilities, and are relatively short.
Modern flood control infrastructure is essential to stop flooding, property damage, and the loss of life from happening. Successful development can and does occur on alluvial fans. Even in rural areas like ours, mitigation measures are utilized. Building pads are elevated, obvious drainage paths are left unobstructed, and in some cases, flood walls are built. Floodplain.
So you don't want to build your house at the bottom of one of these alluvial fans, like in a spot where clearly water is flowing through there and it's carved out a channel. If you're going to develop on these areas, you got to make sure that you take proper precautions. So you build on an elevated pad, like he was saying. Don't build in the channels and that sort of thing.
Management principles of alluvial fans are part of everyone's life.
And there you go, Diatoms. Yes. Can we get a shout out for Diatoms Attack, who is a fellow paleontologist here on Twitch? Diatoms Attack is a paleoecologist, studies diatoms, these extraordinarily important little photosynthetic microorganisms. They're related to plants. They photosynthesize, even if they're not true plants themselves. Diatoms Attack looks at those under the microscope here on Twitch. His streams are always very chill and very informative. So check him out. Give him a follow if you've not yet done so. If you've not yet followed Diatoms Attack, you're missing out. Thank you, Diatoms Attack, for being here. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
I hope this helps you understand more about alluvial fans and the processes that create them. Until next time, I'm Chad Keel.
Very cool. And I'll give you a link to this video here. But yeah, alluvial fans. I don't know how we got on this, but it's interesting stuff. And T-Rex Cat says, is this what happened in Is that Day, Oregon? With the Turtle Hills? I'm not familiar with that, T-Rex Cat. If you rephrase, I might be able to better understand, but I'm not sure I understand. Yeah. I'm not sure I understand. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, good stuff. We were talking about burrows and how fossils form from alluvial deposits. Thank you, Lokiaki. Yeah, we were talking about Tony Martin here. And Eric, thank you for the 100 bits.
Mosaic Canyon has had tens of feet of sediment dumped in less than 100 years.
Yeah, shoot, some of these systems are really building up. That's really cool, Eric. Let me see if I can find a picture of that. Yeah, Mosaic Canyon in Death Valley. Yeah, there we go. So really, really dry environment. You've got a lot of erosion going on. Yeah, shoot. This is really neat. This sort of thing reminds me that one of these days, it's a dream of mine to be able to do some streams. Maybe make this like a regular feature with a stream table. You folks know what a stream table is? It's simpler than you might imagine. Take a look at this. So a stream table is a literal table that you can run a stream through. And you can study on a small scale how water flows through it. You can study how to change that flow. You can study just the natural patterns that occur here. So you're putting water in through here, through a spigot, and then as it's moving through the sand, or whatever substrate you put in this, it's carrying that down and depositing it. So you get kind of like a deltaic fan in here. You can study how it can deposit alluvial fans, You can study the ebb and flow and how it creates oxbows and things like that. Stream capture, all of this stuff. It's really, really cool. We had a few of these at Montana State, and I never really got to use them, but they're always like out of order for whatever reason. It's pretty disappointing. So I've always wanted to be able to use one of these and use it for demonstrations of sedimentology here. It's so cool. Mayorspace is a YouTube channel called Practical Engineering, has a video with one of these. We might take a look at that. Yeah. Tom's Dex says, sarcastically, just like in nature, the rocks are made out of plastic and the water comes out of a tap. Oh, yeah. It's really neat how this works, you know? Here, I'm going to look that up. Practical Engineering. Thank you, Mayorspace. Stream table. Let's see if this is it. Oh, man, this does look cool.
Drafted by legendary... This is a map of the Mississippi River, drafted by legendary geologist Harold Fisk. It's part of a fairly unassuming geological report he wrote in 1944 for the Army Corps of Engineers. But the maps produced are anything.
I happen to be a big fan of the Army Corps of Engineers for a number of reasons. They've helped out some paleontologists close to me over the years, like with the Wonkelrex excavation, like you know, this Tyrannosaurus skull, our emotes here. That was a specimen that was dug up on Army Corps of Engineers land, and they actually built a road to help get the skeleton out at the end of the excavation. The Army Corps of Engineers is they were one of the reasons why the San Francisco Bay still exists, because oh man, there was this terrible idea to try and dam it up in the 1950s and create a massive military base, and they're like, no, we want to run some tests on this and see if it's going to work. So they built this massive testing facility that you could still visit up in Sausalito, California, north of San Francisco. Anyway, out of anybody in the U.S. military, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, I think, they've done some cool work that's very relevant to science and is commendable, I think.
Anything but run of the mill. They're strikingly.
And what? Really? That sounds like a terrible idea. I guess I gotta play that. We were gonna do a live stream from here back in September, and they happened to be closed that day. Here. Short video here.
These days, if you want to simulate something in the physical world, you use a computer. But what if you couldn't? What if it was, say, the 1950s, and you needed to work out if a bold but questionable plan to dam the San Francisco Bay was a good idea? The answer...
Yeah, of course, this is very relevant to me because I happen to live in the San Francisco Bay Area. This is a view out my back window, of course. Not really. I wish it was. But I live over there. Anyway, so this is, you know, this is near and dear to my heart and close to me geographically as well.
Is this the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Bay model?
The Bay model is 1.5
Very
acres.
good diadems.
What you're looking at is one of our former scientific hydrodynamic engineering tests.
I met Linda Holm there. If you go there on any given day, chances are you will meet her. She's like one of 2 people who work there full time, and she is awesome. This woman is, you know, I take my hat off to her. Big paleo salute to Linda Holm. She's wonderful.
What you're looking at is one of our former scientific hydrodynamic engineering testing facilities, and this was the tool, the instrument that they used to see what the unforeseen consequences of the John Reber plan was going to be.
Yeah.
In the 1940s and 50s, a man named John Reber had a plan to completely change the San Francisco Bay. Enormous dams would create freshwater lakes. There'd be brand new reclaimed land for industry and for air and naval.
People are asking, is this still there? Where is it? It's in Sausalito, California. It's called the Bay Model. Yeah. Bay Model Visitor Center. All right, only one of its kind in the world. Yeah, Free admission. Direction. Here's a link. Anyway, they're closed on Mondays, I think, which is why I couldn't stream from there when I was hoping to go. Yeah, it's very cool stuff. The video. We'll just watch the first minute of it, maybe. If it'll start. Come on now, it's taking its sweet time. The video is going, it's just black screen for the first few minutes. Seconds. Here we go. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Of course we ended up here.
San Francisco Bay. One of the most beautiful natural harbors on Earth.
One of
and a key part of one of the most important water systems in North America.
The most important water system in North
The
America.
bay, and swirling beneath its
in the known
world-famous
universe.
Golden Gate Bridge, plays a vital role in the well-being
Most
of
famous
California.
bridge.
The story of the San Francisco Bay's water begins high in the snow fields of the Sierra Nevada, where meltwater begins a long journey down mountain streams to join two great rivers of the Central Valley, the Sacramento flowing from the north.
The Narragansett Bay is pretty important to you. We're not talking about Star Wars, Sloppy Salamander. We're talking about real life here.
And the San Joaquin flowing from the south. The two rivers come together in the delta and flow through a maze of winding waterways.
I'm needling you,
The
Salamander.
tidal waters flowing through San Francisco Bay from the Pacific Ocean. The Bay model, constructed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, simulates the complex interactions of water flow from the delta to the ocean. Stretching over 1.5 acres, the size of 2 football fields, the model recreates the interplay of tides, currents, and river inflows, and shows how they can be affected by human activities.
Pretty cool stuff. So here's a link to this video. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's a little bit long. Almost 11 minutes long, in fact. Let's go back to the Tom Scott one here. Yeah, so the John Reber project, there was this guy who was like a Hollywood producer, something like that, and he's like, yeah, I got this idea. Let's dam San Francisco Bay. Cut off all the water. What could go wrong?
Dynamic engineering testing facilities, and this was the tool, the instrument that they used to see what the unforeseen consequences of the John Reber plan was going to be.
Yeah.
In the 1940s and 50s, a man named John Reber had a plan to completely change the San Francisco Bay. Enormous dams would create freshwater lakes. There'd be brand new reclaimed land for industry and for air and naval bases. Reber said it would make the bay a defensible military fortification.
It would have been an
people
environmental
to land,
catastrophe,
and the newly
too.
dammed rivers would provide huge amounts of drinking water. Reber was not a professional engineer. He was a theatrical producer who'd done a lot of research. But because he worked in showbiz, he knew how to promote something.
Oh,
and by
boy.
most accounts, he was a
It's
friendly,
dangerous.
sincere, convincing man. So, unlike other ideas for giant engineering projects, the Reber plan actually caught on. Debate went back and forth for years, but eventually, Reber's plan seemed realistic enough, at least to politicians, that the US Army Corps of Engineers were tasked to see if it was practical. And they were given $2.5 million, that's about $25 million today, to find out.
He slept at a Holiday Inn last night, though? Did he stay at a Holiday Inn Express? No, he's dead. Like, I'm sorry, that guy, he dead. He died. He died before testing was completed.
$2.5 million, that's about $25 million today, to find out. And with it, they built this.
This model, when it was built, was the...
And how's that high-speed rail coming in California? That legitimately is coming along quite nicely, Lokiaki. Holy cow. And I'm genuinely really excited. No joke at all. Genuinely very, very excited for high-speed rail here in California. That's going to be awesome. No, not monorail. High-speed rail. Don't get me started on this. Seriously. All of the naysayers about high-speed rail in California, frankly, in my opinion, do not know what they're talking about. Shoot, when the Shinkansen, the Japanese bullet train, was being worked on in the early 1960s in Japan, people all over the world laughed at it. They're like, "Oh, look at this! It's ridiculous! It's not gonna work! Look, it's already way over budget!" And now it is this major transportation artery throughout the Japanese islands. California high-speed rail is not on the same scope as that. We don't have the same budget. We don't have the same kind of ambition, but it's a start, And so far, it's working. I cannot wait, Shoot. Yeah, Danny likes trains? That's how I used to get to work every single morning. Holy cow. I've got a train right here. Bay Area Rapid Transit is something that is very near and dear to my heart. I would not be a paleontologist today were it not for Bay Area Rapid Transit. That's how I got to Berkeley when I was in high school. How I got to the Paleontology Museum every day was because of robust public transit here in the U.S. I didn't have a car at the time. I couldn't travel, 40 plus miles without robust public transit. This sort of thing opens up opportunities to people, low-income people, underprivileged people, people who don't have wheels. It's so important. It really, really is. Unironically. I know I'm being sappy right now, Earnestness is not one of those things that's super popular on the internet, but holy cow, is public transit important. I'll say that with my full chest, Yeah. Anywho, but yeah, and Mini Pie, how are you doing? Mini Pie's like, I heard you were being earnest over here. She's like, can I bring some sarcasm to the discussion? Some irony, perhaps? Can I maybe get some treats? That's what she's earnest about. You want some treats, Mini Pie? Would you like that? Yeah. And I'm Rainrat says, oh my gosh, what do you... We've got cats showing up every day on stream, multiple of them. We had Sweetie Pie earlier, and now Mini Pie too. We had Mini Pie earlier as well. Anyway, do you want some treats, Mini Pie? Would you like that? Let me brush you a little bit first, because you really need it. Ugh. Yeah. Here you go, Mini Pie. Yeah. And this morning, she was going nuts, because we had some rain here in the Bay Area this morning. And Mini Pie was coming over to the desk, and, you see these... that crack in the wall right there? That goes directly to outside the house here. Like, I need to find a way to seal those, honestly. But when it was raining this morning, Mini Pie jumped all over my desk, and she's like sticking her nose in there. She's trying to smell the rain outside. You were just on a tear, weren't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Anywho, would you be interested in some treats, Mini Pie? I think you might be. See about that, huh? You want some treats? Oh, she already knows what's going on. Ooh, here we go. Yeah. There you go. Excellent. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up. Good stuff. Yeah, yum, yum, yum. Yes, indeed, Black Cat Lady. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah, how are those? You like them? You better eat the dental treats, too, the ones that are good for you. There you go. Uh-oh, and here comes Sweetie Pie, too. Uh-oh. She heard there were treats. We might have a multi-cat situation here. Oh, boy. Cat takeover, yep. We're having a feline coup here. Alright. Well, that's it? Well, I guess she got what she came for. And now she's hitting the road. Well, I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Is it Sweetie time now? Nope, Sweetie Pie just darted out the door. She's looking at something else. Okay, let's get back to the Bay model. And get back to testing this idea. Before the age of computers, how do you test an idea like damming the San Francisco Bay without running computer simulations or anything? How do you do that?
About $25 million today to find out. And with it, they built this.
This model, when it was built, was the next level, the next generation. It was extremely accurate as an instrument at the time. There really wasn't anything better. There's 250,000 strategically placed little copper tabs in the bottom of the model to keep the salt water and the fresh water from going in and out too quickly, but also to duplicate any little protrusions sticking up out of the bottom of the bay.
The model is 1 to 1,000 scale horizontally, 1 to 100 scale vertically, and 1 to 100 scale in time. That means about 200 times a day, the tide comes in and the tide goes out, because San Francisco Bay has tides, and therefore, so does the model.
Everything was hand operated for the first 30 years. It took probably anywhere between 12 and 15 people to operate it. Sometimes there were as many as 60 people here at one time working on various different experiments, and everybody had to be totally in sync. It was like an orchestra. And the interns were out there in chairs, in lab coats, in the water, measuring the various different ebb and flow of the tide.
It took 3 years for Reba's plan to be tested here. And in that time, Reba passed away.
So like I said, he died. He died and he's dead.
And for his supporters, the results from the model were devastating.
It looked great on paper, convinced a lot of people, but when it was tested, they found that it was only good on paper. The end result was it failed on 99 different accounts. Wild and unpredictable, catastrophic flooding was just one of them.
Oh boy.
The dams wouldn't create lakes, they'd create evaporation ponds. The tide would create dangerous currents and waves. In short, not only would the Reba plan have been a disaster, it would have been $1 billion disaster.
Yeah.
The ecosystem would have been devastated too, but it was the 50s, so no one was really thinking about that. The Corps of Engineers, their job done, figured the model would come in useful again someday. And it did, helping to test smaller...
So they didn't just immediately tear this down after the fact. They're not like, oh, well, shoot, that plan is a bust, so we're going to demolish this facility now. No. They left it up, and they're like, we're going to give a little bit of funding to this every year, because we're the Army Corps of Engineers. We do that kind of thing. And we're going to let researchers use this. We're going to let scientists use this. People will find this useful in the future, and people did.
Their job done, figured the model would come in useful again someday. And it did, helping to test smaller and more practical schemes across the bay for decades. These days, of course, computers can do all that for a fraction of the time and the money, but it's still a good educational resource.
Yeah.
Last time I talked about a grand civil engineering scheme like this.
So, anyway, this is, it's one of those classic locations around the Bay Area for a field trip. I have friends from across the Bay Area who are like, oh yeah, I went to the Bay Model like almost every year for field trips, because it was free and they can accommodate a lot of kids. And it's like, I'd never been there as a kid. I went for the first time this past year. Let's see if I can find you a photo. I think it was back in like April or May. see here. It was pretty awesome. I'd never been there before. Maybe it was earlier. Was this back in, like... Yeah, when was this? Was it in December of last year? Can't be. Couldn't be. No, maybe it was. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, hello, hello. How are you doing? Just scrubbing through my photos, trying to find that. Here we go. Yeah. This is a video that I took from there when I visited with Ios and Lordy and Delta Rain. There's Lordy. There's Delta Rain and Ios. I guess I didn't take any kind of selfie or anything there, but there's the Golden Gate Bridge in the model. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Sweetie Pie. My goodness. You're just hogging the camera now, aren't you? Yeah. Anyway, pretty cool. Ms. Yvette says, but you're a local. Yeah, I'd never been here until this past year. This was, March 30th? And I went for the very first time? Yeah. Releasing Sweetie in that model would be a disaster movie. I don't think she really likes water very much, so she'd probably just go find a carpeted spot in the corner to sit down, and that'd be that, you know? Aw, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah, good stuff. Sweetie Pie, do you want some treats too? Is that why you came in here? Let me at least get some brushing in first. Huh? Yeah. And then we'll get back to our stream tables video, which looked really interesting. I might even go run and use the little paleontologist room while that's going. Look at all that fur. Look at all that. Yeah. That's so much. You made that. You produced that. That's yours. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna give her some more treats, but I guess she's not into that. Well, I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. Let's get back to our stream table. Wait, stream table. Oh, that's funny. So again, I have a dog's brain. I just made that connection right now. Stream table is the thing that we use in geology. But you might think of it like stream, like streaming, like Twitch. Oh, that's funny. Anywho, so we talked about the Army Corps of Engineers. Let's get into this.
This is a map of the Mississippi River, drafted by legendary geologist Harold Fiske. It's part of a fairly unassuming geological report he wrote in 1944 for the Army Corps of Engineers. But the maps he produced are anything but run-of-the-mill. They're strikingly beautiful representations of not just the 1944 path of the Mississippi, but of all the historical paths it's cut through the landscape over thousands of years.
And that's very cool. I think a lot of people don't realize this. Rivers are always moving and changing. They don't stand still. Not just moving and changing, flowing downhill out toward the sea, but moving laterally as well. They expand and contract with varying levels of water coming from upstream, but they also meander. They change direction. They're constantly like eroding their banks and then like invading new spaces and stuff. This is key for understanding like deposition in a floodplain or something like that. So we as paleontologists are always thinking about this. Like, how did this dinosaur get deposited here? Is this a fluvial or lacustrine environment? And Most of the time it's fluvial. It's, you know, like waterborne sediments from flowing water, a stream or a river or something like that. Is this a point bar? Is this a channel sand? Is this a lag? Or is this like from the main channel? What's going on here? You got to understand this sort of thing as a paleontologist if you really want to understand how your dinosaurs got deposited in certain areas.
Although astonishing to see on a map, that meandering path represents a major challenge, not just for the people who live and work
Oxbow
near
Lakes,
the river,
there you go,
but
Golganek,
people
yeah.
around the world who depend on the goods and services that it supports. And that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
What the Native Americans
Like
call
Lokiaki
the
said.
Father of Waters is one of the most important freight corridors in the entire United States.
Bingo.
And a huge proportion of the grains we export to other countries is transported on barges along the Mississippi.
Yeah,
A
Old
change in
Man
the river's
River.
course could bottleneck freight traffic, cripple the economy, and potentially even result in a global food crisis. In the 80 or so years since Harold Fisk's report was written, we've spent billions of dollars on infrastructure just to coerce the mighty Mississippi to stay within its current channel. And that's only a single case study in a battle that's happening nonstop around the world between human activity on.
Oh man, and all this flowing water. Hang on a second. You know what this reminds me of? I gotta go use the bathroom real quick. All this talk of water is, oh boy. I'll be right back.
On Earth and the dynamic nature of the rivers that form its landscape. Even though the natural shifting and meandering of rivers and streams can seriously threaten our infrastructure, our economy, and even the environment, it's not something that many people pay attention to or even know about at all. Because the timescale is slow and gradual, you don't see it in headlines until it becomes a serious problem. And the factors that affect how rivers move don't really follow our intuitions. I'm Grady, and this is Practical Engineering. In today's episode, we're talking about fluvial geomorphology, or the science behind the shape of rivers. If someone asked you to engineer a channel for water to flow between two locations, what path would you choose? Probably a straight line between them, right? It's the simplest and most cost-effective choice, so why doesn't Mother Nature choose it? This river table is full of media that represents earthen materials like silt, sand, and gravel. Each particle size has a different color to make it easier to differentiate, and the online video compression algorithms love this stuff. Water flows in at the top of the table and out at the bottom so we can witness the actual physical processes that happen in real rivers. In the real world, this river system would be tens or hundreds of miles long, and what happens in this model over the course of a few hours might take hundreds or thousands of years as well. Let's create that straight path in the earth, connecting the inlet and outlet of the stream table, set the water flowing through it, and just see what happens.
Yep, doesn't stay straight for long. Check that out.
Did the river behave the way you expected, or was the formation of the meandering path a little bit unintuitive? Hopefully by the end of this video, it will make perfect sense. We learn about the process of the river.
This is great.
Even
Holy
when we're
cow.
really young. Wind and water carve at the earth, transporting the material from one location to another.
And this is also how we as paleontologists find fossils. It's because of erosion like that. And because of deposition. Shoot, deposition deposits the fossils in the first place. Erosion exposes them for us to discover. Erosion is at once the best friend and the worst enemy of the paleontologist. It's a real double-edged sword, you know? Like most swords. Very few swords have one edge. I've never really understood that phrase. Double-edged sword. Anywho. Yeah, for those of you who haven't seen it, classic video here. It's like a minute long. Let's just watch this real quick. How do you become a fossil? If any of you have ever dreamed of becoming a fossil, because we all love fossils. Fossils are so cool. You might wonder, how do I become a fossil? Check this out.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms.
Okay, this is where deposition comes
Step
in.
2, get buried fast.
Yeah.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
Yep.
Your best
Gotta
bet
get
for
buried to
burial
get
is
preserved.
to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long
Take your time, DMWing, for sure.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
This is fossilization,
Or
permineralization.
dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
Yep.
Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter.
Yep, after
and
being eroded.
Wind up in a museum collection where scientists can
deposition,
study you to learn about evolution.
Erosion. Both super, super important to paleontologists.
In most places, erosion happens so slowly that you could never watch.
Let's get rid of some of these other tabs. Just keep things nice and clean here. There we go. About 80% of swords are single-sided? Really, Cirque? Is that just by the numbers? Is that because most swords nowadays are cavalry swords or katanas? Because I guess that would make sense. Yeah. Okay.
In action, like growing grass or drying paint. But take a look at a river, and you immediately see erosion underway. All you have to do is dip below the surface of the water and look. We usually think of rivers as highways for water, but they also transport another material in enormous quantities, sediment. All that silt, sand, gravel, and rock that erodes from the earth cascades and concentrates in rivers and streams, where it's carried through valleys and eventually out to lakes and oceans. Because of their power to move rock and soil, the shape of Earth's landscape, the geomorphology, is hugely influenced by river systems. Maybe because the processes themselves happen so slowly, it took a long time for science to develop around how and why rivers change their paths through the landscape.
Well, that's the thing, is that science is a relatively new enterprise in over the course of humanity. Like, I don't know, science as we understand it today has been around for like less than 300 years. This idea of like testing hypotheses in a rigorous way. Observation, methodological naturalism, this idea that like, hey, if you want to figure out what's going on in the world around you, don't use spirits and jinns and demons and angels and genies to describe things. Like, let's study what's really going on in the world around us rather than like coming up with stories about it, you know? Like, let's observe and test and run experiments and stuff like that, you know, without relying on like supernatural explanations. That's kind of a newish idea. It's only really been around for the past like maybe 250 years, something like that. It's kind of crazy like how recent the idea of science is like this. We could do 100 streams just about that idea. Live streams, not stream table streams. But yeah, that's one of the ideas, like, that's one of the reasons why this understanding that we have is so new, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Use quarks or muons instead. I'm not a physicist, so I can't remark upon whether how well those ideas have held up, but yeah. Do a stream table stream? I don't have a stream table, DM Wing. We had one on the wish list a while ago. I don't know if it's still on there. But they're not cheap, you know? It does not appear to still be on there. I think it has disappeared. Yeah. Stream table. Okay, yeah. When you search stream table on Amazon, look at what you get. Whoa, cool bros, streaming setups. Stream table geology is probably what I should search. And we get some books, and then some more gamer lights, streaming setups. Oh boy, so it just doesn't exist on Amazon, apparently. Maybe I search hydrology? Yeah, even fewer results. Oh boy. So yeah. Got them RGB lights, bro. Let's go. This is Petrodactylus. Yeah. Yeah. A DIY stream table building stream, says Trythir. That's an idea. That's interesting. Yeah, I would love to learn how to do that. Building a stream table. How to build your own stream table.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris Anderson. I'm the middle school science coach.
Hi, Chris Anderson.
Public schools. Erosion and deposition are important concepts for 8th graders to understand, but teaching them without...
And we're all 8th graders here. This is perfect.
...right materials can be, shall we say, a little rocky. Which is why today I'm going to teach you how to make your own stream table for around less than $50 and some...
Less than $50? Well, shoot, color me. Interested. Pigeon Being says, you look a bit like Russell Crowe. Are you talking to chat or are you talking to me, Pigeon Being? If you're talking to me, that might be a new one. There we go. Why are you taking forever? There we go. I don't know if we have Russell Crowe yet. Russell Crowe, there we go. I think that's a new one. Yeah. I just remember the movie Gladiator, and you seem similar a little bit. Thank you, Pigeon Bing. I will take that as a compliment. Oh, boy. Yeah. Good stuff. Dead Brain Monkey says, sorry for bothering. You're not bothering. I usually slurp, but my mom had a question, because I told her about the rattlesnake myth of the beads showing age. She is wondering if you think bucks show age with antlers or not. Hope everyone is doing well. Talking about deer, male deer, right? Whitetails and mule deer. I think the number of points doesn't correlate exactly with age. I think a big part of it is availability of resources, how fit they are. That's the whole reason why these things evolved in the first place. Like the 30-point buck, you know? Yeah. Like that old song. In some cases, there's like a disease that they can get if they, I don't know, if you have like a 30-point buck that's like, oh, something's wrong with them. But I think generally it is correlated with age, but I think it's also correlated with how much food they're getting and how fit they are. These big ridiculous structures that these critters have evolved didn't evolve for defense against predators necessarily. It didn't evolve for some sort of like, for acquiring food. It's a thing that deer grow every season in order to show off to females. It's a classic example of sexual selection. It's basically saying, like, look at this gigantic structure that I can grow out of my head that's super expensive. I'm so good at surviving. I'm so good at surviving and caring for myself. I have such good genes that I can waste a ton of energy growing this giant, ridiculous thing on my head, and I can still get by and survive. Come have offspring with me. You know, that's what that is saying. A lot of people don't realize that sexual selection and natural selection can actually work in opposition to one another. These can be forces in opposition. There's a wonderful talk about this by paleontologist Kevin Padian.
So here are the points of lecture. Darwin invented sexual selection for a very cool and complex reason, and he requires sexual dimorphism in his definition. Some recent workers don't think this because they equate all selection.
Here's a link to that talk.
Outcomes with just how many offspring you leave, and I'm going to tell you why this is. And so now we conflate sexual selection with all of these other things that are different from what Darwin actually conceded. I'm going to argue that he felt the difference was useful, and I think we should think.
I'll jump back to the beginning of the talk here.
We're lucky to have
when Kevin comes out.
Sit there. I think we can probably roll another one over there if you want. Will that work?
But peacock, classic example of sexual selection.
Crowding in the doorways.
If there's somebody who wants to come up in the middle.
Jim doesn't bite much.
So I don't know enough about deer to know. I don't know enough about deer to know if it's if the number of points on the antlers is always correlated directly with age. If male deer of a certain age always have a certain number of points, I would guess that's probably not the case. I would guess it's probably correlated with age, but also with the amount of food that they can take in. I think an undernourished, malnourished male deer, even if he's 10 years old or whatever, is not going to be producing as many points as a younger deer who's just really, really well fed. You know, that's probably... The points don't correlate generally. It's age and diet, if I recall correctly. That would make a lot of sense at Iski, yeah.
That's okay, good.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you.
Year-old deer with 20 points. Holy cow, yeah.
I mean, what a great place. What a great group of people. Just seeing everybody here. What a strong, amazing institution. Man, this place rocks.
This is Berkeley. This is where I live.
Michael can't say because he's the director, but come on, this place rocks. It rocks. You guys are amazing. I want to talk to you about sexual
Interesting
selection.
hylocomium.
I've got a lot of stuff on. I might not get to the whole like extinct part, but I want to just kind of give you a feel for that. And it's I'm not going to tell you what to think about sexual selection. I'm not going to tell you I'm right or other people. I want to tell you what people
This
think,
is kind of
what they have thought.
an argument about definitions here.
By sexual selection, when he invented it, why he invented it, why he wrote a book called The Descent of Man and Selection in Relation to Sex, which does not seem to follow for most people. And I want to do this in order to put an historical perspective on a topic.
This is a really cool talk, and I wish every paleontologist watched this.
And I want to explain why
because there is a lot of confusion about this concept.
Feel free to argue with me. If you walk out of here and I haven't convinced you of anything, I don't care. I just want to show you some of the background on this because I got into this because I was looking at people writing about sexual selection in extinct animals, and I didn't understand what they were talking about. I didn't understand how they thought they could say that. So this is a dinosaur.
Yeah, it's a peacock.
Everybody knows that, right? Okay, we're good with that.
It's a bird. Birds are living dinosaurs.
I don't know if this is going to work. Well, shoot. If this works, maybe you put it right there, but then, well, I can do this here. Okay, that's a dinosaur too. And when you saw the weird structures on that peacock, you know, sexual selection comes to mind. We'll get back to that. But here, when you see these bizarre structures on these dinosaurs, a lot of paleontologists have said, oh, well, that must be for sexual selection too. And I thought, wait.
Not so fast.
I know this.
Yeah.
What are we doing with this, and how do we test these ideas? Can we even test these ideas in old dead critters? Well, to begin with then, let's talk about some of the contrasts. Here's the peacock, beautiful, beautiful colors on the body and all that. Here's
That's a
the
male.
peahen.
That's a female.
I think a gorgeous bird, but very different without, obviously, the tail and the chicks, which are really cute. Obviously, a great deal of sexual difference, dimorphism, even between the males and females. That's really obvious. But not all birds are like this. Here are a couple of seagulls. You're not seeing very much difference between the male and the female.
They don't have a lot of dimorphism.
Bagels. They're in mating position. Very widely said. But so some dinosaurs have this and some dinosaurs don't.
Anyway, you've got that link if you want to watch the rest of the video. Really important stuff. Jokes aside, I think Kevin Padian has asked some really important questions about this in order to help clarify the way that we think about sexual selection and sexual dimorphism. There's this idea that here, kind of going back to that comparison with stupid Reddit links. Reddit won't. I can't open those images because of the way the site works. It doesn't. Oh, goodness. Give me something that's not from Reddit, please. Google Images. Oh, goodness. It's really aggravating. It used to be just right there. You could look at it, and now they're all Reddit links. That's really irritating. I can't stand Reddit. That's so frustrating. It's that in Google Images have just conspired to make search unusable. Anyway, suffice to say there's a lot of different kinds of ceratopsian dinosaurs, horned dinosaurs. Crazy shapes to their horns and frills. Just lots and lots of different morphologies there. You can't really, this is as big as I can make it thanks to Reddit, so thank you, Reddit. Anyway, lots and lots of different shapes and sizes, and one of the ideas is that this is because of sexual selection. That, like, males and females are showing off to one another, but Kevin Padian wanted to push back against this idea because in every animal that you have sexual selection today, the way that Darwin originally defined the term, you've got to have distinct differences between the males and the females. And we don't see that in dinosaurs. We just don't. As near as we can tell, male and female dinosaurs are just skeletally identical. Maybe males are a little bit bigger, maybe females are a little bit bigger, so maybe size is dimorphic there, but that's not something that we can pick apart in the fossil record. That's not like a difference in structure, like it is for a lot of, say, mammals with sexual dimorphism. Birds do not have sexual dimorphism skeletally either. The males and females all seem to be just identical in terms of skeletal structure. And so all of the different horn and frill shapes in dinosaurs, you know, whether we're looking at centrosaurs, whether we're looking at chasmosaurs, you know, all of these different crazy horn and frill morphologies that we see in these different animals, these did not evolve as a result of sexual dimorphism. There's something else going on here. So that's kind of what inspired that talk. That's what kind of put a bee in Kevin Padian's bonnet there. And again, if you want to take a look at that, there's the link in the chat for you. Yeah.
A real mean kid.
Great vegetable.
With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, Pigeon Being says, I can't identify male pigeons from female ones. Yeah. There you go. They don't have strong sexual dimorphism. I think on average, male pigeons are a little bit different. A little bit bigger than females. That's like the only difference that I know of. Their reproductive hardware obviously is different, but that's held internally to the body. Their skeletons, indistinguishable. But yeah. Devolved says, I can tell cardinals apart. Yeah, but that's external. It's not their skeletons. So male and female cardinals look very different from one another, but that's their coloration. It's their external appearance. Their skeletons, identical. Yeah. By the way, sometimes, once in a blue moon, you get a cardinal who's half male, half female. This happens. Even among birds who have, like they have, chromosome sex differentiation. So I think, males are ZZ and females are ZW sex chromosomes. Sometimes you get one that's half one, half other. Half male, half female individual. Yeah. Split right down the middle, the bird is bright red on its right side and a muted yellowish brown on the left, with only a few feathers overlapping. It's a gynandromorph, an organism that displays both male and female sex characteristics. This sort of thing is more common in nature than you might expect. It's pretty interesting. This is abnormal for a cardinal, but across all of nature, there are organisms where, in certain species, all of the babies are born female, and only the ones that reach a certain level of maturity later go on to transition to being male. And that's a reproductive strategy that actually bodes really well for them. Critters like the sheephead of California, off the coast of California, this big old fish, California sheephead. That's a male right there, and right there wasn't born male. They're all born female, and only certain individuals that are very successful and reach a certain size do they grow up and mature into males. It's really interesting how that works. The Kabadai. There we go. Kabudai. Yeah. Clownfish do the same thing, Rhacodactylus, yeah. Yeah, look at that big forehead. Yep. She turns male. Yep. And this is part of their normal process. Like, there are no males that are born males. They're all born female. There you go. Pretty cool how that works. Yeah, I don't know. This is why, as a scientist, it really bugs me. Thank you, Dark Trash Panda. Appreciate it. For the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. This is why, as a scientist, it really bugs me when you get people who don't know biology, who are like, oh, you know, trans people are weird and like they don't know anything about biology. It's like, you don't know anything about biology. There's so many cases of this in the natural world where you get sex changes throughout ontogeny, you know? We always talk about ontogeny here on this channel. Ontogeny is extremely important for understanding the biology of dinosaurs. It's imperative for understanding the biology of any organism. And there are a lot of organisms that change sex throughout their lifetimes. So, you know, just be cool. Don't be hateful toward people. And don't be ignorant about biology for the sake of hatefulness, you know? I hope that makes sense. Anyway. Racodactylus says, biology doesn't stop at 6th grade. Turns out there's so much more to know. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. And Deathsaurus says, I wonder though, if we found these animals in the fossil record with 0 living specimens, will we know that they're different sexes or classify them as a different genus? I don't know how different the skeletons are of a male and female Cobodidae, for instance. Or I guess different ontogomorphs of Cobodidae. It's funny, when you recognize that they can change sex over their lifetimes, it's like, what does sex even mean then? Yeah. Do we even have skeleton? Yeah, I'm not seeing any image results. It's male and female pelvis for humans, and there's like a tremendous amount of overlap there. It's not a binary, it's bimodal. It's like, you know, kind of like a double bell curve, sort of. That might not even be the right way to think about it. Anyway, yeah. Racodactylus makes a good point again. Prejudice is anti-science. I agree. It's not just morally wrong, it's factually wrong. Yep. The more you learn about biology, the more you learn about all these cool, fascinating gray areas in between. You know, the more you learn about the kind of this beautiful diversity, this broad spectrum, different ways to be a living thing. Things that you might not learn in 6th grade biology. But as a scientist, as a biologist, as somebody studying living things or extinct organisms, you gain an appreciation for just how wild and incredible and diverse the living world is. And that includes our own species too. It all kind of comes back to humanity as well. So yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Smitty1 Wearben says central dogma in capital letters. I don't know what you mean, Smitty Wearben. Can you rephrase that or specify? Not sure what you're asking. Paleokin says even human sex isn't binary. Not discussing gender here. Yeah. Gender's a human concept. Sex is a biological concept. But even that is not a distinct binary. You know? we'll probably talk about that another time. We were talking about stream tables earlier. I don't know how we got to talking about Kabadai. Somebody brought up cardinals in chat when we were talking about... Oh yeah, sexual selection. Kevin Padian's talk about that. That's how we got on this. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. How do we get from alluvial fans? Let's get back to alluvial fans, shall we? And stream tables. Oh. This guy was talking about how to build your own stream table. How does this work?
Cool activities for which to use it with. Our project today is a little DIY.
Oh, I've got a bunch of these. That's what I keep some of my 3D prints in.
This design was actually put together by Ryan Hollister at Turlock High School in Turlock, California. The link to his website is below, which you can find the text instructions to this project, as well as lots of other cool resources.
Oh, very cool.
Let's start by putting our materials together, and you will need
10 feet of 1/2 inch by 3/8 of an inch vinyl tubing, 1 2-inch zinc-plated lamp nipple, 2 brass knurled lock nuts.
All right.
2 underbed, some big bags of sand.
We'll also need a few tools to put everything together.
All right, tools.
To prevent leaks. If you need to make your hole slightly bigger, you do this by
Okay, let's see what the end product looks like here.
Classroom. One way is you can have the students build landscapes with the sand and then turn on the pump.
That's
and
pretty
see how the
neat.
land changes. You can have the students make maps of their landscapes before the water is turned on, and then at various...
So I feel like I would want a larger version of this, one that feels a little bit more permanent. But yeah, I'll give you a link so you can watch the rest of this if you'd like. So there's links to all the supplies that you'll need and everything else there. But let's get back to this. I would want to build a kind of a more professional stream table.
But in the 1950s, a civil engineer and
being a professional streamer, I would want a professional stream table.
Hydrologist by the name
Where's the RGB lighting, says Lamp? The most important aspect, you know? Absolutely.
Emery Lane quit his job at the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to serve as a professor at Colorado State University. Through his time at the Bureau, he worked in hydraulic laboratories, studying the interactions between water, soil, and rock. By the time he accepted his appointment, he was well on the way to developing a unified theory of sediment transport. In 1955, he published his landmark equation that's still used today by engineers, geologists, and other professionals in the river.
That's funny. It's like, this almost feels like something out of physics, you know? Unified theory, terms like that, equation. But there is a lot of physics involved in this. There's a lot of physics in geology. There really is.
River sciences. And just like a lot of the most famous equations in history, it doesn't look too complicated. It says that in a stable stream, the flow of water multiplied by the slope of that stream is proportional to the flow of sediment in the stream multiplied by the size of that sediment. It seems simple, just 4 parameters. But, you know, it's also a funny-looking equation with 0 context, so maybe you're not feeling like an expert just yet. But with the help of the stream table, I can show you the beauty of this relationship and how simple it makes predictions about how rivers will behave. Let's just look at some examples. Say that a large area is hit by a wildfire that burns all the trees and vegetation. Where before you had a lush and verdant landscape with plants, bushes, and trees to stabilize the soil.
And by stabilizing the soil, that means there's roots going down there holding things in place?
Now it's mostly just bare earth. When it rains, the water that runs off the burned area erodes the unprotected landscape, washing more sediment into the river than it would have before the fire. We can demonstrate this by simply adding media to the upstream part of the stream table. Can you predict how the river will respond? Let's look back at Lane's equation. We've increased the flow of sediment in the river, but we haven't changed any of the other variables. We didn't change the size of the sediment, we didn't change the flow in the river, and we didn't change its slope. That means the two sides are imbalanced. Lane's equation no longer holds true, and the river is out of equilibrium. In other words, this is no longer a stable channel. In fact, we can convert Lane's equation into a diagram to make this much simpler to understand. On one side of the
here we
sediment
go.
is the sediment load, and on the other side is the volume of flow in the stream. Add more flow, and you can transport more sediment. Reduce the flow of water, and you reduce the flow of sediment accordingly. Pretty straightforward, right? But we still have to include the other two parameters, sediment size and stream slope. Now you can see how things get a little more complicated to keep in balance. Any disturbance to any of these four parameters causes the scale to get out of balance, affecting the stream's equilibrium. When that happens, you have short-term consequences and long-term ones too. For the wildfire example, where we increase the sediment load in the stream, the top of the balance swings left toward deposition.
Statsbloke says this is an excellent representation. I'm glad. You would know better than I would about this sort of thing. Statsbloke, you're much more on the, like, you know, quantifiable side of science. I feel like you might be more of a numbers guy. The sort of paleontology that I do, let's face it, a lot of my stuff is more qualitative. So I appreciate your appraisal there.
There's not enough water to keep the sediment in suspension.
Hey,
so
Feral
it's going to
Terminator, welcome
deposit
back. Good to
in
see
the bed
you.
of the river, like
Thanks
we're
for
seeing
joining
here in
us.
the model. The flow in this example just can't hold all the sediment we're washing into it, so it accumulates in the bed and banks of the channel over time. Here's another example of a natural disruption to a river system that's easier to demonstrate in the flume. Beavers build a small dam across the channel, creating a pond that slows down the flow. As the velocity of the stream reduces, heavier sediment settles out. That means the water below the beaver dam only carries the fine particles of silt and clay downstream. You can see.
So this kind of gets into this idea that I discussed years ago when we did a stream from Lake Tahoe. I talked about how usually the ultimate destiny of any lake is to become a meadow. There we go. This is back in 2021.
That is basically where the state line is between California and Nevada.
So, if we wanted to, I could go walk to Nevada right now. But instead, I'm going to hop in the car in just a little bit, and we're going to drive to Nevada. I won't be live for that. But I thought on my way to Nevada, I might as well stop at Kings Beach, Lake Tahoe, and do a quick stream. Share one of my very favorite places in the world with you. So here we are. But yeah, good. It becomes a meadow.
There we go. Come on now.
Outside, on the California side, mountains everywhere.
So this is what we call a drainage basin. You can talk to geologists or hydrologists or other people about this, and they'll tell you all about drainage basins. You know, the water flows downhill. So when precipitation falls in the form of rain or snow, you know, it naturally kind of seeks the lowest point.
Gravity pulls it down, rather.
In the case of Lake Tahoe, there isn't a great big amount of surface area that's like land in the Tahoe Basin.
So what I mean by that when I'm saying this is that here we go. Here's Lake Tahoe right here, and then here, this line around it designates what we call the Lake Tahoe Basin. So this is like mountains. That's the peaks of the mountains. Right here are this line. So Lake Tahoe takes up the majority of its basin. So the majority of the water that falls down in the form of snow or occasionally during the summer rain, it's not washing over land and picking up sediment and depositing it in Lake Tahoe. It's just falling straight out of the water. And so as a result, you don't have a lot of sediment coming into Lake Tahoe. You don't have a lot of crud washing into it. That's one of the reasons why Lake Tahoe is incredibly clear and crisp. That water is so transparent. You've probably seen those bumper stickers if you live in the western U.S. Keep Tahoe blue. You've seen this on the back of a Subaru or maybe a Toyota 4Runner. The League to Save Lake Tahoe. The clarity of that water in Lake Tahoe is one of the major selling points. Like, this is why people visit Lake Tahoe, is that incredible clarity of the water. It's just gorgeous, amazingly beautiful. When Mark Twain visited Lake Tahoe way back in like the 1860s or 70s, I think it was 1860s, he talked about being able to see down like 90 feet into the water and see trout swimming along through there. 90 feet down. The water's that clear, you know? Yeah. The stats book says that's called the watershed. The line along which water falls in opposite directions down each side. Exactly, stats book. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the Lake Tahoe watershed, and what's crazy is Lake Tahoe takes up the majority of the watershed. So most of the water that's going down into that watershed just falls directly onto the lake. It doesn't pick up crud as it's moving down into it. And so that's one of the reasons why Lake Tahoe is so incredibly clear.
The lake itself takes up the majority of the surface area. And so the majority of rainfall or snowfall that occurs falls directly onto the lake. So it doesn't have a lot of opportunities to kind of wash over the land and pick up all kinds of crud, particulate matter, organic stuff, minerals. Most of it is just
I'm
pure
so
water
predictable. I
that's
say the same
falling
things over and over
directly
again,
into the
don't I?
lake. So that's one of the reasons for the lake quality and clarity. And another reason
is the depth.
Like I said, is the extreme depth of the lake. So if you do get sediment in there, it tends to settle way down to the bottom. And that means that Lake Tahoe is going to be around for a long time.
Yep.
Lakes don't last forever.
They're ephemeral
as they get
in the
filled
grand
with
scheme
water,
of things.
You know, water runs into them, sediment goes into them, sediment collects, and eventually lakes get kind of choked out by sediment. You know, if you have enough sediment deposited, eventually the lake disappears. It becomes a swamp or a marsh.
Consistency is key. There you go, Ken. Yeah.
Meadow. So if you've ever been in like a beautiful mountain meadow before, that probably used to be a lake at one point.
Yep.
Because Lake Tahoe is so deep and because the sedimentation rate is so slow, Lake Tahoe should be around for about another 3 million years, I've read.
Yep.
It's got a pretty long projected lifespan. So we got to make sure that we really take care of it.
So there's a wonderful video about this from the Tahoe Science Center, University of California, Davis. Let's see here. Where is that video? Is it here? I think so. Yeah.
And around Lake Tahoe, viewing the landscape as Earth scientists. Lake Tahoe is affected by many impacts, including urbanization, loss of clarity, invasive species, and climate change. This tour provides the underlying geological.
They show this video at Tahoe Science Center
of these issues
in Tahoe City. Highly recommend going if you've never been, if you're ever in the area.
Nevada, arrows indicate a zone of shearing where California is tearing away from Nevada. The Lake Tahoe Basin is being pulled apart by this extension of the Earth's crust.
Yep.
Tahoe landscape
They're
was
just providing
formed and
some
continues
geological
to be formed
background
by
here.
powerful tectonic forces. Lake Tahoe is ringed by mountains that form a bowl-like basin or watershed. Snow and rain.
And Hailakomi wants to know, is it protected by law like the Great Lakes Compact? Yes and no. So Lake Tahoe is divided into two different states, California and Nevada. And so There you go. There's a beautiful scientific map of Lake Tahoe, complete with a sea monster. Or, sorry, lake monster. But it's divided between California and Nevada. California has most of the coastline, but Nevada has some too. And, yeah, so as a result, it's kind of a management, challenge, I would say. You've got multiple California counties and multiple Nevada counties there too. But you actually have, I think the U.S. Coast Guard does patrol through here. You've got at least one Coast Guard vessel. Yeah, there are laws in place. People from these various counties in California and Nevada have both agreed and put laws in place to protect Lake Tahoe. If you have a home along the shores of Lake Tahoe or anywhere in the Tahoe Basin, there are environmental regulations that you have to comply with. So you have to make sure that you don't have a bunch of crud running off of your land and into the lake, because that could destroy the lake clarity and that could spell doom for the tourism industry. Like, you could have economic collapse in this area. People could lose their jobs, they could lose their homes, they could become economically depressed if the lake gets really polluted and nobody wants to visit anymore. This is a resource that needs to be protected for the benefit of everybody, you know? And so that's kind of what this video is about. They talk about that a lot in here.
Via 63 streams.
So what I said, lol, says
Ken? The portion of the watershed is only a little bigger than the lake itself, and that is one of...
Ken says enough rich people value it to prevent rich people from plundering it. To a certain extent, yeah. After the gold rush in the U.S., during like the big silver rushes in Nevada, much of the Tahoe Basin was deforested. They just cut down the trees and then used them for, you know, building supports and silver mines and stuff like that in Nevada. And as a result, the lake got really polluted during that time. So they recognize that when you remove the trees from the landscape, you have more erosion, you have more crud going down to the lake clarity drops, and we're still kind of recovering from that. So they kind of learned their lesson during that time, which is amazing that they learned their lesson to a certain extent. You know?
Lake Tahoe is naturally and spectacularly clear.
And there you go, Hylocomium, basically,
The image is made from measurements of the land elevation, the lake basin depth, and satellite images. The vertical scale is exaggerated so that features can be seen more easily.
This is so cool.
The landscape has been formed by 3 major faults. Hundreds of earthquakes have shaped the basin over the last 2 million years. Erosion and glaciation add finishing touches, often concealing the faults.
Anyway, we'll show this another time, but I want to get into the Secchi discs and like measuring clarity here. And that is, where is that? Like this mechanism for being able to measure the amount of clarity in the lake was first developed here in Lake Tahoe, which is really neat. Is this the same video? I want to say it is. Here, let's go to the...
There have never been more dinosaurs.
Pineapple Boys, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Transcript. Okay, let's search. Control F for disc. No? Shoot. There we go. There we go. There's the Secchi disc.
Lower that white disc down into the lake. And it's not real scientific in the way it works. We just lower it until it disappears and then bring it up until it reappears, and we get an average of the two, and that's our Secchi reading.
It's scientific enough.
The beauty of the Secchi
It
reading
works.
is that it's really repeatable among different people. So they'll all get really close to the same reading if they do it at the same time. And
the information from that is really translatable to the public. When the public asks, what is the clarity of the lake? What they're really referring to is how deep can I see the bottom?
Yep.
And the Secchi disc creates an artificial bottom so they can get a real reference of how far down into the lake they can see.
You just lower it down until you can't see it anymore, and
25 meters.
Bingo, there you go.
This is a great tool because this is easy. You put it over the side of the boat, you get a Secchi reading, and you can get a good idea of if the water clarity is really good that day or not so good. So it's like a quick, easy, digestible way to get an idea of what the water clarity is doing in the lake.
Anyway, cool stuff. Let me give you a link to that other... Here's my video at Tahoe that I did a number of years ago. And then here's this one about the Tahoe
large
Basin.
fire raged in the Angora Ridge area in 2007, burning over 250 homes in the runaway blaze. Wildfire is a concern in the Tahoe Basin because after the Comstock-era logging, the second-growth forest regrew thickly under a management policy of fire suppression. Forest thinning.
Also, tsunamis are a potential risk in Lake Tahoe, which is really interesting. I'll show you that clip real quick.
Do you see a cut across the alluvial fan? This is evidence of fault movement.
And yeah, alluvial fan right there.
U-shaped valley.
We were talking about alluvial fans earlier. Call back.
The melt-off from the ice field carried sediment down the underwater cliff of the West Tahoe Fault,
during the last
forming
ice age.
an alluvial fan. Do you see a cut across the
This is back when
alluvial
this
fan?
was dry
This
land.
is evidence of fault movement after the fan was deposited. The fault offset exceeds the height of a 3-story building. Near Tahoe City, the landscape changes from granitic mountains scraped by glacial ice to volcanic mountains formed with fire. A large portion of the underwater shelf south of Tahoe City is missing. What happened here?
What the heck happened? Why do you have, like, an underwater shelf that's just gone? What do you think happened, Chad? What could have occurred that would wipe clean part of that underwater shelf that you would expect to otherwise be there? Any guesses? Thank you, Danny, for streaming. You bet, J.R. Hansen. It's good to have you here. Erosion, Younger Dryas Flood, landslide. Earth is a giant etch-a-sketch and someone shook it, says Rhacodactylus. Pretty close. Take a look.
All evidence indicates that an underwater landslide triggered by an earthquake occurred here about 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Huge chunks in the middle of the lake stick up from the otherwise level sediment. They're made of the same...
Yeah, look at that. So, like, these big blue chunks right there, where did those come from? Holy cow, they came from here. There was a giant earthquake and just shook loose, and this stuff slid at the bottom of the lake across something like 700 feet deep.
Material is the shelf. The longest of these blocks is almost a mile long, and another block is nearly 500 feet tall. If the dimensions of the largest blocks are compared to the dimensions of the Golden Gate Bridge, you can see that these slabs are truly gigantic. Imagine the energy released when these huge slabs of sediment, hundreds of feet thick, slid several miles underwater across the lake bottom.
Nuts. Would have created a tsunami.
The landslide raised a large destructive wave called a tsunami. Huge waves crashed over the shores all around the lake. Seismologists have developed a computer model that recreates what the actual event might have looked like. In this view, the simulation is superimposed on the satellite image of the basin today. The initial tsunami wave and its many reverberations, called Seiche waves, spread the energy from the landslide around the lake. Within 20 minutes, nearly everything living close to the lake was destroyed.
Jeez.
Could such a catastrophe happen again? In the centuries to come, earthquakes and smaller underwater landslides could still cause destructive tsunamis.
Yeah.
We've seen evidence of extreme events, earthquakes that formed steep cliffs, a volcanic mountain range that closed off the valley, glaciation that gouged canyons and dammed the outlet, droughts that lasted for over 1,000 years, and an underwater landslide that caused a huge, destructive tsunami. The shape of the land is a record of all these events. What are we to learn from Lake Tahoe's geologic past and future? Here are some ideas to consider. If the lake can recover from the Comstock logging and the devastating tsunami, it can surely recover from the effects of modern human development. Will the clarity of the lake recover within our lifetimes because we make the effort needed, or after we're long gone because we could not live in harmony with nature? The decision is ours. We see deeper into the scenery when we examine it with the eyes of science. Our appreciation of Lake Tahoe is enhanced by our greater understanding of its natural processes over the vast span of time.
So cool. And that vast span of time is something that we as paleontologists are thinking about all the time too. That's what we eat, live, and breathe. That's the headspace that we're in all the time. You know? The Earth that we live on is not a static, dead thing. It is constantly moving and changing. There are all these forces that are molding and shaping it all the time. And it happens on a timescale that we, during our short human lifespans, can barely fathom. We can see clues of it. We can just see hints of it. If we look very closely during our lifetimes. Sometimes there's a catastrophic event and it's like, there it is, plain to see. But most of the time, these changes are happening so slowly that we're not even aware of them in our day-to-day lives. That's why studying these processes is so important. That's why if you're going to develop certain areas, if you're going to build a house on a floodplain, you got to understand the geography to know that your house isn't going to get swept away by a flood in the next 10 years. Maybe it'll happen in 1,000 years, but, you know, you'll be dead by then, so who cares? Or maybe not. Maybe you want that house to stand for 1,000 years. You have to understand the landscape. You have to be able to read it. You have to be able to know what's going on there. That's why studying the Earth is so important. You know? Oh, yeah. Statsbloke says that's the issue. Most of human civilization is developed in the space between those kinds of events. Yeah, but we living in the 21st century today, in the year 2024, we're lucky in that we can learn from the mistakes of the past. The people of Pompeii and Herculaneum and ancient Rome, they're all dead, but we can study what happened to them. Things that they had no concept of. You know, they had maybe supernatural explanations for, oh, this is the gods angry at us for why Mount Vesuvius erupted, sent down that pyroclastic flow and all of that ash and killed everybody. Nowadays, we know what happened. We know about volcanoes. We know about pyroclastic flows. This is, like, don't let their sacrifice be in vain. They all died a horrible death. We don't have to. We can study that, and we can learn from that, and we can protect our loved ones. Because we know what happened to them. We can study geology. We can fund science. We can make sure that geologists are studying these things in order to protect all of us. That's one of the points that I want to make, is that science is this collective enterprise. There are literally thousands of researchers over the past few centuries who have studied these earth processes, that is their passion. That is what they eat, live, and breathe. And it's because of their passion and their hard-won understanding of this, all of their hard work, and their debate, their fieldwork, their discoveries, their sleepless nights in the laboratory. We as a society benefit from it. You know, human civilization benefits from the discoveries made by those researchers. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's pretty cool. And we need more of that, you know? Oh yeah. Yeah. And hey Wondergoon, good to see you too. Yeah. And Rhacodactylus makes a good point here. It's not static, but it's changes in the Earth, but it also doesn't often change very fast. So rapid environmental or ecological change is frequently our activity. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. For example, over half of all carbon that humans have released in the atmosphere by burning fossil fuels was done in the last 30 years. Yeah. Absolutely, yes. This is a natural system that has existed on our planet for hundreds of millions of years. And we're tweaking that. We're pushing that off kilter by throwing all this carbon up into the atmosphere. We're changing our own climate to the point where it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter every year. At rates that we as scientists are often bewildered by. Like, holy cow. You can study these changes in the past, like what happened with the Permian mass extinction at the end of the Permian period. You know, the Great Dying, as it's sometimes called. When you get this, it's like close to 90% of all species on Earth died out over the course of a few million years because you had massive releases of greenhouse gas from these volcanic eruptions. You know, the Siberian traps, these gigantic volcanic eruptions up in Siberia, released tremendous amounts of sulfur and methane and carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. That took millions of years to cause the Great Dying, to cause the extinction of 90% of species on Earth. Kind of this huge resetting of the course of life on Earth. What eventually, you know, set the stage for the dinosaurs to evolve. That was the Permian mass extinction. We as human beings are speedrunning this. This is like, we're doing the same thing, but we're doing it over just a few hundred years. It's nuts. Like, we are potentially going to cause our own extinction by doing this over again. And scientists like me, and geologists, planetary scientists, ecologists, climatologists especially, people who study the climate and how it's changing, they are screaming this from the rooftops. That we need to stop emitting so many greenhouse gases, so much carbon, so much methane. And people aren't listening, you know? People in the general public are often listening. But the people who are actually in charge of this, captains of industry, corporate leaders, military leaders, leaders of different countries around the world, either they don't want to believe it, or they don't care. You know, they'll be dead in 20 years. And their portfolios are expanding tremendously. These people are like, yeah, I can buy a third yacht. I can buy a fifth vacation home. With all of these profits that I'm getting from, you know, from all this stuff. Keep polluting, you know? It's good for the bottom line. Helps me profit even more, you know? All of us are going to suffer as a result of that. I know it's not fun to talk about this sort of thing, but it is literally the most important thing for the survival of our own species and so many other species on our planet Earth. I know I talk about this a lot, but it is crucially important. So I hope you'll forgive that. I hope you recognize how important this is and how important it is to study how these things work, because it has the potential to save our species. But will people listen? Will we actually change things? we'll see, I guess. You know? Keeling, go for it, Stats Bloke. Yeah. 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 And I agree with you, yes. Yeah. And there we go. Thank you for posting the Stats Bloke. The Keeling curve, latest carbon dioxide readings. 423.37 parts per million. Holy cow. Click through from 1 week in the bar, 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, full record. Holy cow. Just keeps going up and up and up. 1700 to present. Shoot, from like 1960 up until the present, just look at it skyrocketing like that. For 2,000 years, yeah. 10,000 years. This gets back into something that we were talking about on Friday.
Did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't. Until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Friendly Neighborhood Mexican. It's not a conspiracy. We now recognize that birds are living dinosaurs, and we'll be talking all about that later this month. Thank you for the 13 months of support, Mexican. I appreciate you. Thank you. Here, take a look at this. This is something that this is a little startling, but shoot. Let's get into it here. This kind of builds on what you were saying there, Stats Bloke. Yeah.
We can look toward the future, and these are the projections from climate models. And a lot of people may question them, but climate models are bloody good at getting global average temperature. In fact, they're spot on, because we understand the physics of the climate system really, really well.
And you can test these things. You can make predictions, and then, shoot, they just keep coming true. Chloe Imagine says, thank you for speaking on what can be a tough subject. It means a lot. Thank you, Chloe. I appreciate that. Thanks for chiming in. That means a lot to me.
Where are we going now? We're going on the orange one. And that's going toward a 4-degree temperature rise.
4 degrees Celsius.
Compared to pre-industrial.
That might not sound like a lot, but holy cow, that's average global temperature around the world. 4 degrees rise. And he'll explain why this is so important.
Any idea what the temperature difference is between the last ice age and the present? Any guesses? 4 degrees.
4 degrees. That's the difference between, that's the difference between, like a Europe that's covered in ice like this. With critters like this roaming around, Elasmotherium and its kin, and, the present day.
So we're talking about a shift as big as between an ice age when mastodons and woolly mammoths were around and humans barely survived.
Yep.
We're talking about the same difference, but not in 5,000 years, in 1 century. So let me put that change
nuts.
On the same time.
1 century, that's it.
There's our 2,000-year history where we developed our cities, modern civilization. There's the spike at the end where we are now.
Yep.
And there's the projections on the same time frame at 2100. Okay? The problem there is that, in my view, it is impossible to survive that sort of change. That's beyond human physiology to deal with that sort of change. In fact, large mammals as a whole will not be very good in there.
Anything above like 40 degrees Celsius, and like human beings have difficulty surviving outdoors without air conditioning, without stuff like that. Like 40 degrees Celsius, which is what? It's like 125 Fahrenheit, something like that. That's what we're heading toward. during the summers, it's like, that'll be the normal, you know? Yeah.
Cities are designed for that wavy black line. There, and remember, a lot of our infrastructure is designed
Maybe it was
for
40,
100
42,
years.
43
That's
degrees
just
Celsius, I
100
forget,
years
but
to
yeah.
at 5 to 6 degrees is business as usual 85 years from now. A human lifetime.
That's 104,
So
okay. Sorry, was it 44 degrees Celsius? I'm forgetting. I'm from the United States, you know, we're not used to talking about Celsius. 100 degrees Celsius is, oh, hang on. Bensman, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. No, and I'm speaking as someone who, Volvulus says, come to Tunisia. Oh boy. When I'm out in Utah during the summers digging up fossils, it might be 120, 125 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like well over 40 Celsius. Yeah, we had a lot of that this past year.
Anybody still here from Great Zot? Let me know.
This doesn't look like a particularly hot day, but it gets, you know, I think the highest temperature I saw was like 130 this past year. 130 Fahrenheit. And we're working under a shade tarp during the day. We've got ice water, because we've got a freezer back in camp that runs on propane. We've got vehicles that we can climb into that have got air conditioning. Like, we've got ways to survive out here. If we had to be there on the rock surface, 125 degrees Fahrenheit, like, it would be very, very difficult. Like, we'd be getting heat stroke. We would be at risk of death. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And yeah, that's the thing, Spartan, is like wet bulb temperature. Yeah. There's a book about this. It's kind of crazy we didn't talk about this on Friday. But, there's a book about this that I found really, really fascinating. By Kim Stanley Robinson. Some of you who are like avid science fiction fans are probably familiar with KSR. We'll just watch the very beginning of this.
For that kind introduction, and thank you, Pioneers, for having me back. It is a pleasure to be back.
He's written one of my favorite favorite fiction books, excuse me, of all time. It's kind of an exploration of the future and like what life might be like under that regime of climate change as it continues. It's called The Ministry for the Future, and he's talking about it here.
Yay. So, I wrote Ministry for the Future in 2019, and that is a long time ago, a previous geological era, and a darker time than now, I want to assert. Trump was still president, and it...
Oh boy, got news for you, Kim. Sorry. Shoot. This is from a year ago. I wonder what he'll be saying in another year, you know?
Looked like he might win in 2020, and people were not taking the climate change crisis that Adam Tooze now calls the polycrisis, very appropriately. We're not taking it seriously enough. And there was a feeling
we're not again.
Cod in syrup or a frog in a boiling pot. There are sentences in Ministry for the Future that I now find astonishingly dark. One, the 2030s were zombie years. Now, that's not going to happen, and that I even...
Now, oof, indeed, Deathsaurus. Yeah, oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, I can't recommend this book enough. You can get it as an audiobook or as a, thrift books. I bet. Here we go. as cheap as I would imagine. But yeah, Ministry for the Future, Kim Stanley Robinson. Highly recommend. Here's a link. One of my very favorite fiction books that I've honestly ever read. I'm working on building a website right now, and then one of the things that I want to have on there is a few pages to recommend books to people, because that's one of the questions that I get most frequently. It's like, you know, what are some books that you recommend, Danny? You know, you work on fossils. You know, I value my opinion for whatever reason. I can't recommend this book highly enough. It starts off real dark, but it's a surprisingly optimistic book by the end. And it is fiction. It's a novel. It's there are parts of it that are, you know, they read like an adventure novel. It's a real page turner. That's one of the books that I'm going to put on the recommendations page for certain. But yeah, apparently the genre is known as cli-fi, climate fiction. Interesting stats, bloke. I'd never heard that term before. But yeah. And TOS Snitch says, for 2 decades I've listened to Coast to Coast AM radio. Is that the one where they talk about Bigfoots and angels and... Was that with Casey Kasem? Bottomless pits and stuff like that? Oh boy. They often feature guests. They intro as scientists who say global warming is a hoax and the Earth is getting cooler and glaciers are expanding. I hope it's obvious at this point that none of that is true. Shoot. It's interesting to see, like, the climate denialism shift from outright denial to, well, you know, we can't deny it, so we're just going to say, well, it's too late. We might as well just keep, you know, pumping carbon into the atmosphere. Goodness, like the former Google CEO, who's like, yeah, well, you know, it's already too late, and AI is contributing to this, so we might as well just keep doing it, and, you know, AI will solve it. I wonder if I can find the clip here, but it was truly distressing what he said about this. Just saying it, like, in a public talk, in, like, a Q&A. Yeah. Here we go. It was here.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Former Google CEO. There are ways to curb the negative.
Yeah, he says, I'd rather abandon climate action goals and go all in on AI and bet that it solves the problem. That's not going to happen. Guy might as well be, you know, asking for a magical unicorn to save him. Like, completely bonkers thinking. You know? I don't know, but this is the sort of, like, this is the leadership that we're getting out of the corporate world. You know? And there you go, Rakadactylus, yeah. So, anyway, I don't even want to watch this, but I'll give you the link. Ugh. But this is this is a corporate leader. You know, this is somebody who's well respected. To borrow a phrase, this is not somebody who should be speaking over a fawning audience. This is somebody who should be on a street corner ranting and raving with a cardboard sign and asking for, you know, donations in a cup. Completely divorced from reality. You know? Cats for breakfast says that's actually insane. I couldn't agree more. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to where we were. Let's get back to street tables. Shoot. Okay. Let's get back to geohydrology. Let's all calm down for a minute before I get too hot. You know? Dinosaur Dave, thank you for the 300 bits.
Never means intelligent.
Agreed.
Although society at large, other not smart people, love to conflate the two.
Yep. Thank you for the 300 bits, Dinosaur Dave. I appreciate you. Yeah. Anywho. Calm blue ocean. There you go, the Raven. Calm blue stream table. So I'll take a deep breath. And exhale. Okay, here we go.
The beaver dam only carries the fine particles of silt and clay downstream. You can see them.
Thank you, Spartan, for those 10 gift subs. Look at this beautiful, calm Tinamou bird. Celebrating your generosity there, Spartan. I really appreciate that. Chirp, 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 chirp. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, shoot. Get out of there. It's gonna fall. Take cover.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Spartan, thank you for that. Thank you for your support of this channel. Thank you for your generosity. There's 10 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Thanks to you, Spartan, and I appreciate it tremendously. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Don't worry about that Tinamou bird. I'm sure he'll be fine too. He got a little hot. That's what we're trying to avoid here, you know? Thank you, Spartan, and let's get back to our
the lighter white particles being carried away while the darker, heavier ones get caught behind the dam. Let's take a look at Lane's balance to predict what will happen to the stream. When we reduce the size of the sediment load in the river, it shifts the left side of the balance inward. And again, we lose our equilibrium. But this time, instead of deposition, we can expect the stream to erode downstream. And downstream of a dam, human or beaver-made, is a common place to find erosion occurring. Let's look at one more example
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. You just kicked off a hype train there. Thank you, Golganek. I appreciate it. Good stuff.
Natural disturbance to a river. Changes in the flow. After all, rivers rarely carry a constant volume of water. Their flows change with the seasons and the weather with tremendous variability. That includes floods, where heavy precipitation within a watershed converges toward valleys to swell the rivers and streams. We can simulate a flood in our model channel just by turning up the flow. And hopefully at least this parameter matches your intuitions. You can easily see the sediment being carried downstream by the increased flow of water.
Ooh,
the banks of the
and that's
river
super cool. You can almost see an oxbow forming there.
By the flood. Looking at our diagram, it's easy to see why. If we increase the flow of water, the scale's out of balance, leading to erosion of the channel. These disturbances to a channel's equilibrium seem relatively benign and even beautiful in the stream table, but they can represent a serious threat to property, infrastructure, and even the environment.
Sure.
Erosion causes rivers to shift, washing away roads, underground utilities, and even destabilizing structures.
Yep.
I worked on a project once with a river running alongside a cemetery.
Oh boy, you might have some corpses going for a ride after
Imagine
that.
the haunting headlines that a little erosion could create. On the other hand, deposition in a river channel can also create serious issues. Sediment can choke a navigation channel, reducing its capacity for freight traffic, and fill up reservoirs, reducing their storage volume. It can damage the habitat of native fish and other wildlife, and deposition can reduce the ability of a river channel to carry water, increasing the impacts and inundation during a flood. Of course, floods and other disturbances to channels are usually short-term events, so the scale naturally balances itself once the river returns to normal conditions. But consider something longer term, like a changing climate, where a river's receiving more and more or less and less flows year over year. In this case, Lane's balance will shift toward deposition or erosion and stay there. But a central part of Lane's theory is that over time, factors will naturally adjust themselves to bring the river back into equilibrium. And that happens mostly as a result of the fourth parameter that we haven't discussed yet, the slope.
Here we go.
erosion and deposition have a natural feedback mechanism with the slope of a river.
And that slope also changes. It changes over... That might be the slowest changing thing out of all of these, but as you get mountains building up, and you get tectonic uplift, that can change the slope of a river over time.
But how can a river change its slope? After all, the starting and ending points are relatively fixed.
Are they, though?
Slope is defined as the length of a line divided by its change in elevation. The rise over the run, if you remember from algebra class. A river really can't change the rise or fall between its source and mouth, but it can change the run, its length. Consider the original example I gave you at the beginning of this video. Its lane balance was all out of whack. Too much water and too much slope created a situation where it eroded out significantly at first. But over the course of a few hours, a new pattern started to emerge. The river started to meander, to lengthen itself by curving back and forth, creating a sinuous path from start to finish. That lengthening led to a reduction in the river's slope, naturally bringing the channel back closer to its equilibrium condition.
Pretty cool how that works.
And you'll still see sediment moving. It erodes from the outside of bends where flow is most swift, called cut banks, and it deposits on the inside of bends where flow is slower, called point bars. This creates natural meandering of rivers and geographic features like oxbow lakes, where a river cuts itself off at a bend, leaving a curved depression behind.
And I'm sure a lot of people are already familiar with this, but I just want to point out how cool this is, because if you're unfamiliar with this concept, holy cow, is it neat. Oxbow Lake Formation. Yeah, this will work. Yeah. So, when you get a river going through here, especially if the slope is high, water is moving really, really quickly, that fast current like this is eroding the outside bend of the river and depositing sediment here on the inside. And it keeps doing this to the point where the bend gets bigger and bigger and bigger, until eventually it's got so much of a curve like this that it starts eroding here, and eventually it cuts itself off like this. So you get like kind of a loop like that. Some water is going this way, some water is going that way, but the water going through here has got the path of least resistance, and so that is the channel that it sticks with. It deposits sediment here and here to the point where eventually that closes off, and you get an oxbow lake. So the next time, again, you're in a plane, you're traveling via air, and you go over some rivers, see if you can spot some oxbow lakes like this. Because these are the remnants of when you used to have the river going all the way over here, but then it deposited sediment along these spots and closed itself off and formed this lake. It is so cool how that works. I know you're familiar with... Oh, never mind, Stats Book, you're playing with somebody else. But, yeah, neat stuff.
Where a river cuts itself off at a bend, leaving a curved depression behind. You also see natural aggradation where a
so we can reproduce this in a stream
into
table.
An ocean or lake where sediment
it's so cool how that
falls out
works.
of suspension, called a delta. These phenomena
There's a
happen
delta.
in most rivers and streams, even those that are quote-unquote balanced according to Lane's theory. In reality, there's no such thing as a static state for a river. All the variables are changing over time. Floods, droughts, fires, debris jams, animal activity, and many other natural processes ping the balance this way and that, and we haven't even mentioned the human activities that affect rivers at all. That's the topic for the next video in this series, by the way, so make sure you subscribe so you don't miss it. In addition to the constant shifting of flow and sediment load, the natural processes that pull a river toward equilibrium are not very precise or predictable, as we can easily see in the stream table. In reality, Lane's scale is always in motion, bouncing between erosion and deposition states at every point along a river or stream. We call this a dynamic equilibrium because even when all the factors of sediment transport are in balance, rivers still shift and meander. In that way, Lane's equation is more a way to characterize the magnitude of change than a binary measure of whether a stream channel is in motion or not. And of course it's a simplification. I've been calling it an equation, but there's no equal sign to be found. It's really just a qualitative relationship that can't tell you exactly how fast a river will meander or to what extent. There are also factors that it doesn't consider, like vegetation or pulsed flow. For example, imagine a scenario where the climate shifts toward more extreme periods of droughts and floods. Lane's relationship looks at averages. So if one river has a relatively constant flow, while an identical river has pulses of high and low flows, as long as their average flow is the same, Lane's relationship would assume they would behave identically. Well, we decided to try it out. See if you can see the difference.
Interesting. They look pretty darn different. Huh. Alright, we get the idea.
Predicts similar behavior between the two models, it's easy to see that the pulsed flow model experiences much more erosion and faster movements of the channel. Clearly, we still have progress to make in our understanding of how rivers and streams behave over time, under the wide variety of conditions that they face.
I'm glad you're enjoying this, Salamander.
Urban drainage ditches to the mighty Mississippi, rivers and streams have enormous consequences for humans. And like pretty much everything else in life, rivers are complicated. Even when all those conditions are perfectly balanced, they never stop moving and changing.
Very cool stuff. Yeah. Excellent video from Practical Engineering here. I'd never actually heard of this channel before. You know what? Good stuff. Here's a link for anybody curious in the chat. Excellent. Holy cow. And wow, I've been streaming for more than 5 hours at this point. I gotta wrap this up so I can go have dinner. Shoot. Lordy's probably waiting on me. I'm gonna leave you here, but don't go away just yet. We're gonna raid into somebody else, hopefully doing some science here on Twitch. And I will be back tomorrow. We've got a brand new kind of ankylosaur, armored dinosaur, to talk about tomorrow. One kind of like this. If you love armored dinosaurs, you're not going to want to miss tomorrow's stream, because not only do we have a brand new one to discuss from China, but we've got other ankylosaurs in the news too. So I hope you'll join us for that. But for now, let's go ahead and start wrapping this thing up. Let's see who else is live right now. And we'll get a raid started here. Come on, credits. You can do it. There we go. Here it comes. Who else is on right now? Let's see. Science Streams is doing some microscopy. Well, we are going to go say hello. I hear rumor Balint might be here in California this next week. I'm looking forward to seeing him. But yeah. Good stuff. Thank you to everybody whose names are appearing here in our credits. New followers, subscribers, re-subscribers, cheerers, gifters, moderators, also question askers, lurkers, enthusers, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thanks for celebrating science with us. We're gonna go pass the baton to a fellow scientist, Balint, and the rest of Science Streams, his wife Lita, and baby Alona. I'll do science outreach here on Twitch. Balint and Lita are both professional scientists, researchers in molecular biology. They've got their PhDs, and they're trying to go full-time here on Twitch, doing science education as often as they can. So we're gonna go support them and their mission, and I am a huge fan of this channel. If you've never seen it, you were in for such a treat. Let's go check out Science Streams. I'll see you there, everybody.